we're live?
I didn't think it was good, but it did.
Hi.
I'm surprised we're all here today.
Same team.
Yeah.
We're blue. Abu Die.
I hate you.
God damn it.
So much.
You took a moment.
Bard.
Bard.
Is that like he's barred from talking, or he
No.
needs to be a bard?
He needs to be a bard.
I mean,
I was
both?
just trying to contribute.
Both? You just bar him from talking? Time out.
Andy,
10 seconds.
Can I buy a sign that sits above his head that says I need to be a bard? And it just sits there?
You can buy it.
Yeah.
Whether it'll sit there or not.
We can put it on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that so he
Just
can't
put it
take
on
it
his
off.
name. Just put it on his nameplate.
Needs to be a bard.
Needs to be a bard.
Put it on on the panel where we're talking about characters or whatever. In the
bard.
command. Should have been a bard. Playing some weird thing that Matt Mercer keeps screwing with and throwing me off.
But either way, welcome back to Legendary Action, everybody. We're happy to be here. We love you. You're amazing individuals. Thank you so much for being patient and being in the chat and dealing with our on-off. First things first, we have a quick announcement. There will not be an episode next Friday. We are taking that weekend off, everybody. So I'm so sad. Go spend time with your family and do stuff. I'm not going to babysit you. Go do it. Go do it. Go spend it.
Boo. Boo. No session next week.
Yeah.
Boo.
Session next week. And
No. Just turn the screen off so it saves battery.
I think that's really the main announcement is just let everybody know that we won't be here next Friday.
Yeah, we won't. We're gonna be doing other things.
Yeah, maybe enjoying the outdoors.
Yeah, or we may be here.
Like Matt, can we come to your house?
Yeah.
Yeah, can we come down and bother
We can do a
you?
barbecue.
Yeah. Barb on the 4th.
Sure.
Sounds good to me.
We did some work in the backyard, so there's a fire pit and furniture.
Yeah. See,
Hey.
it's great.
He can't fix the walls inside, but he makes a fire pit.
Hey, listen. Shut up.
Shut up.
Or we might just be here. Just the cameras won't be on. You won't see anything. We won't be here.
Yeah, we'll just leave them on like the cat cam.
Yeah.
Just leave one on live, so to want to see if the cat.
We have
gets on the
enough. We
table.
could put one in your bed. We could just go totally Big Brother status.
Oh,
Just put one in the bedroom.
Man, that's awesome. I
Put
really
one in
want
Mike's
that.
We're
room.
gonna start a reality show. Is that
Yeah.
where we're pivoting. Oh no.
Can
Hey,
I get a counter for how many times I almost die?
Can we have the couch where it's like, man, and at this moment I wanted to punch the shit out of Mike, you know?
Yeah, we'll go a full office. Just have
Dude, that'd be a
camera
great-
involved.
Just like,
That'd be a great
just like
YouTube idea.
Mike got upset.
How I
Totally
felt.
started losing his composure. It cut back to Mike losing his composure. I really wanted to punch him in the face, but I knew it wouldn't go anywhere good. And then it's just like Rowan just taking it. Like, you better hope I don't see him out back of the studio next week.
in the alleyway.
Yeah, in the alleyway. And then the ceremony comes, is like, oh, so they voted Mike off the island. He's like, yeah, that's right, mother trucker. Get off my island. Or get out of my studio, kind of thing.
Oh my gosh.
It sounds like a great skit we could do something for.
It does. It does sound like a great skit.
Yeah.
It's almost like you could do it in probably a minute and 40 seconds.
It's almost like you could. You probably, yeah, that's about the right time. Interesting. That's an odd way to look at spaces of time, but all right, I'll go with it. Yeah. I do have one question.
What?
What have you done with Amanda?
She gone.
Friends aren't supposed to ask about where the body's buried.
Well, generally, if people start calling me, I need to know that I'm supposed to say something. What do you mean? Amanda's not there?
You're on the internet.
Yeah, I know. Right?
You're on the internet.
And we're live, remember?
My moral character is beyond question, and anyone who says otherwise, I will deny it up and down.
You have
Let
moral
that be on the
character?
record.
That was a really funny joke we just all went through, remember?
Nothing like that could ever happen in real life.
No, Amanda is going to be she's gonna be taking some time off. We're not gonna see her for a while, unfortunately. Minimum of 4 weeks, everybody. So, tell her, sadness, say hi in the Discord, and remind her that you love her.
We can get some Looney Hearts in the chat just to
Looney
show
Hearts
her
in the
you
chat,
appreciate her.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that story. We're going with that.
Yeah, we're going with that.
Yeah. Now everyone remember this. We gotta have it straight for if someone asks.
Yeah, Terra.
Suspicious.
He's just like,
Picking on the new kid.
Are you
got
wearing a wire?
It's how we decide what the pecking order is. We have to. No, exactly.
You gotta see how you handle it. If
Yeah.
you start getting insecure, we know you're lower on the pecking order.
that moment Amanda gives herself Louis hearts.
Oh. So
She literally starts.
This is a very
this-
elaborate plan.
this is the important episode of the month. It's giveaway night tonight, everybody, and we have one giveaway at the moment to give away, with still the ability to unlock the second giveaway by the end of the night tonight. We have, what are we at? It's $66 out of 100 for the bonus giveaway.
Yeah, but we were gone one episode, so I think maybe we should make it. If we hit 75, just go with that. Because we weren't here for one episode this month. It's not exactly entirely fair unless we, give them a little bit of credit. You guys, get a little credit.
Fuck that. That's not the rules.
I'll pay the shipping.
It's pandemonium out there. It can't be pandemonium in here.
Yeah.
This is a society.
But yeah, we're at like
reason.
66, order 66, 66.38.
So still a chance to do that. But what are our giveaways? What are we giving away tonight, Alex?
Oh, we're giving away some awesome stuff.
Mhm.
The first thing that's our main giveaway for the month, that's guaranteed we are doing that tonight, is Artisan Guild's Manticore model. It's a large model of a Manticore. You should be seeing a picture of Kobold Max. There it is. It's where am I? It's there.
Nope,
it's
wrong.
there.
There it is.
It's there. That thing, we're giving away one of those, and it's actually pretty big. It's probably about 4 inches.
Yeah.
It's like huge size. So it's a little. It doesn't match the launch manual exactly, but it's a really cool model, and it's going to make a much bigger impression.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. So it's actually a loyalty reward from Artisan Guild because we have been supporting them for so long. They do, if you're 3-month blocks, that if you've been supporting them during that period, they give out little special models for the people that really carry them through. So we love their product and what they do. So we got that, and we're passing it on to you. And so that's the primary giveaway. Pretty great. The print came out pretty good. And
Came out excellent.
It came
Don't
out
let them sell
excellent.
it.
Quit saying pretty good. It's
Yeah, nobody wants something pretty good. Everything is fantastic.
I'm a perfectionist. You know?
You're beyond perfectionist because you look at 100% and you're like, that's not enough.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're scared
I am
people away, man.
my moral compass is beyond reproach. It's that high standard that does that. People know they can trust me. Anyway, but yeah, so it's a large boss model. It's coming disassembled, so you'll get all the pieces. It's all high quality resin. It's actually a new blend I've been working with. It's a Soraya Tech resin, but one of them is it's a 20%, 80% blend. So the 20% is actually flexible resin. So it should be much more durable. Don't go play basketball with it or, like monster fight him like, don't do that. Like
The
that's
action
that,
figure will win.
yeah, the action figure will probably win. But it still retains a lot, basically all the quality, and it's more flexible. So it'll be better in shipping, it's less brittle. And it's all high quality resin, even the base. So the base is a big hunk of resin. So we hope you enjoy that quality. The bonus giveaway, hopefully we get there. I'm betting on you.
You're all pretty awesome, so I'm assuming we're going to get there tonight.
Yeah,
But
I'm assuming.
We'll wait and see.
Yeah, so we got Ghosts of Saltmarsh. That's the back of a book. The Ghosts of Saltmarsh. Ooh, it's a good ghost adventure, right? From the creators of Dungeons and Dragons 5e, Wizards of the Coast. So this adventure, along with some fancy schmancy hand custom made dice jars that do come with dice. They can fit about 2 sets, maybe a couple extra D20s. They're all handmade, and when you look at them, they look back. That's right, eyeballs. If it wasn't enough, jars with cool textures and colors, custom made, no one else has them but you, eyeballs. And these are also hand painted by the artist. Amanda kind of put us in touch with her. She's a member of our community. She's a great supporter, and she has opened up for commissions. She's a commission-based artist, so it is get baked Poly Clay Creations. Customs. Get Baked Poly Customs. So you're probably going to be seeing more of her amazing work on the channel, on top of Andrew's Red Dragon jar and Amanda's other jar. Like, she does some amazing work. She's also expanding and experimenting with other items, such as dice towers and things of that nature. And so we're looking at doing maybe some custom things for future giveaways too. But that's on the calendar. Don't hold us to it yet. But these will be given away as part of the bonus giveaway. I think that covers it. Jar, dice, texture, handmade. One has a sea theme. One is more of a wood dragon, and it has this awesome, you can't feel it, but I can feel it, the texture. It has an awesome texture to
This
it.
texture can be yours.
Yeah, this texture, you can feel it for yourself.
I like the idea of you running an ASMR one day and being like, it feels like this. You can't feel it, but listen to me describe it.
It feels good. Like, she said, we were talking to her the other night.
feel it.
Yeah, we were talking to her the other night. She said it takes a bunch of extra time to get that texture in there. And so she was talking about her model, or her business models and whatnot. And so we were like, well, yeah, the time is worth it, because that's a really cool texture. But yeah, so they come open, they have a little felt on top, and then they have some dice in there for you. So hopefully we get to give these away, because I really want to. Can you tell?
Wait, it's Ghost of Saltmarsh, 2 dice jars, and dice?
And dice.
And do you know what else? A 25% coupon.
Yeah.
Off.
Oh,
for
Fudge Lemon Craze.
both
Another-
giveaways come with a 25% off.
Both do,
And not only do you win the Mana Core, but you get a 25% off coupon at checkout for Fudge Lemon Craze. And Jammer one's awesome, and we've been doing this, shouting him out for like a year now, over a year at this point.
We've been buying his fudge too.
Yeah, buying his fudge. It's awesome. It's good. Does a good job. You should definitely check him out. And that, which Alex stepped into that. Let's talk about our other sponsor of the night.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, we talked about fudge already. That's delicious. That's great. We talked about Get Baked Poly, which is awesome. Again, I don't know if Alex touched on it, but again, they're one of a kind. They're custom made, and they come in 4 ounce, 12 ounce, and 16 ounce options, which is a lot of different options for a lot of different amounts of dice. If you're a dice goblin, or just like a little bit, you just need your one set.
Dice on the go.
But the sponsor and our foreseeable friend and partner of the stream for the foreseeable future is Incarnate, the map making tool that, if you've watched our show, you've seen during the break screen the wonderful map of the Shattered Coast that has been created by our very own DM, Andrew Green. Well, for the last month, we've been telling you that they're going to add battle maps, and I'm very happy to tell you that they have. They have added battle maps. With it, they added 1,700 high-quality stamps and textured illustrations. There's a variety of different asset themes. You can do anything from like an outdoor and wilderness map to dungeons, castles, taverns, mines, so many various different options that you want to throw at your players. If you have the Pro Edition, which again is $5 a month or $25 for a year, you get access to all of these maps at no extra cost. If you have the Free Edition, you get access to some of the tools and assets, so you can play around with it a little bit and see if it's something you really want to use. Also, if you're looking for inspiration because you don't know exactly what kind of style you want to go with your maps, they added profile pages to Incarnate. You're able to publish your maps for others to see, and you can go look at everyone else's maps. And it's just a really great amount of tools and assets that they're adding to their website for you.
And then
I love them. I use Incarnate for all my map making now, and I like 100% support what they're doing, because for the price that you get an amazing tool set, sculpting and doing everything. They even have a world generator where you just click world generator and it creates continents for you out of nothing, and it gets you started in that. You can determine what percentage of surface water there is on the world and how many oceans and all that. And they have all these great map filters and parchment filters that you can use to make you want to make your world look like your map look like it's stained and old and it's been through the ringer. They have filters and parchments for you to do that already. It's awesome. The only thing that I talked to him about that I would like added is to help make building cities and towns. It's kind of a tedious process. You can do it. It's a little bit tedious at this point. Is I would like them to make a wall
draw tool.
Oh, hey,
and for rivers as well.
Actually, there will be new features like a wall tool coming soon.
Another thing is you do get the rights when you pay for a membership to any of the maps you make. And I know you might wonder, how is that of use to any of you watching this, right? It might be of use to us because we're publishing it because we stream stuff. But if you were thinking about publishing an adventure on DM's Guild, anything you make can be put into those adventures that you publish, from world maps to combat scenario maps as well. So that's how a lot of creators are starting to implement that into their workflow on DM's Guild. Yeah. So if you're thinking about putting something out and you want the rights to it and you want easy map making tools, that's another excellent resource.
Not only that, and you're like, well, all this sounds great, but how well do these maps really look? They're 8K resolution. They look freaking phenomenal. That's why it looks so good at the break screen when you watch it.
Yep. Yeah, you can get all the way down in there. You zoom the camera all the way, and the assets look fantastic. They have some older stamp sets, and I think they're rotating some of them out and updating them, and everything will be high def, like at some point, through the Pro Edition at least. But yeah, they're fantastic stamps, and not only that, but you can upload 10 custom stamps of your own making at the same time. So if there's something very specific that you need that you can't find on Incarnate, you can upload it and put it on your map that way.
Yeah, or if you had something custom made yourself, you can upload it. So say your D&D group has their own symbol that you guys made because you love the game, or you have a house banner or standard or something that you want to use in your map that you reference, for like, you can upload it in there.
It's a great tool. Again, it's free to use, but if you want the Pro Edition, $5 a month or $25 for a year.
No, I mean, Rowan got to look at it a little bit, showed him a little bit of it. I mean, what did you think of it?
It's beautiful. You know, it's really nice. I mean, I had yet to touch it until Andrew literally sat me down and, like he was talking about, it's like, yeah, I was able to easily just hit a world generate button and add in, you know, oh, it's like I only want 30% water, or, you know, no % water. It's like, it was a great tool. It shows off some cool things. And I am excited for all of you to eventually see the world map that Andrew is building.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that too. Prozac, what's
Thanks
up,
for the 4
Prozac?
gifted subs, bud.
I missed you.
Thank you for the gifted subs. You're an amazing individual. You're legendary. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Much love.
Are you gonna win again today? Are you gonna win again?
And they'll see me,
He
the
wins
winner.
all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Just all the times. Like, yeah. And by the way, I don't know if Alex didn't remember to say this, but the giveaway is open to both subs and followers, with subs having a 2x multiplier and a chance at winning. So if you are subbed, you have a very high chance of winning. But we also leave it open to our followers and people who come back and watch us, because you watching us being here and coming back Friday after Friday is very supportive, and it's just as valuable to us as a part of our community as anybody who subs, because you're all amazing just for being here and,
you really are.
and finding us interesting. I don't know why you do, but you do.
Because we're fucking awesome. That's why.
I try to tell myself that, but it just feels fraudulent.
It's
fraudulent.
Kimma, we will get to the number of the day. We usually determine that after we run the intro.
Yeah, that's kind of how.
But thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, but thanks for the reminder.
22. Number 22?
22? Yeah, roll 22. That's the number.
Roll 22. No modifiers.
You'll never get it.
You'll never get it. None of yours is as good as Kima.
Unless you're subbed to Kimma, you can drop that 22 emo in the chat. You can't get it.
Yeah, that's true.
She automatically just gets it. She's like, I rolled
22. I did it, guys.
She got a natural 22.
Natural 22.
Natural 22. So we got anything else we got to go over? I don't think so. Giveaways, sponsors, all the awesome community members. I see you all in there. Thank you for being here tonight. Do we got anything else? I don't think so, right?
No.
Who's dying tonight?
I don't plan that.
Last time you said that your character died, so...
Wait, really?
Yes!
Wait, did I
I
say
watched that
Yeah.
episode that Gao died, and at the beginning of the episode you said, who are you killing tonight?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
You thought it would be
So...
you son of a bitch.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm hedging my bets on. You're the 1-to-1 bet, you know?
That's fair. You know, that's fair.
Yeah, I don't think he's a guy.
We'll survive with the power of friendship.
The game must go on. Either way, Bork's here already. Let's see who's here. Who else is here? Luke Meister,
Rowan's going down. Where are my action
Zach?
points from KCAP?
Amused Bison is
K-Sap.
back. Awesome.
K-Sap?
Lurker Blue.
KCAP, yes it is.
Thank you all so much for being here, hanging out. I see Courtney is in there. Check things out. That's awesome. Thank you for the resubscribe, Kima. Kim, I love you. Thank you so much for being here. You're such an awesome individual. Kim has been here forever, by the way, everybody.
If you haven't seen, she has this like really cool thing she's setting up for her players. It's like this insert that she printed for a chest that holds all sorts of goodies. You can find that on the Discord. She was showing off. It's awesome.
And Kilted, sorry that your internet sucks and you're gonna miss tonight. You know, we love you anyways, though.
We do.
Appreciate that. Dodo Two Fly, thank you for being here. You're amazing.
You're far too fly, Dodo.
All our regulars, sorry if I miss anybody, but that's a lot of scrolling. So, but thank you all so much for joining us here tonight and hanging out. So I guess to sum up, tonight is giveaway night. At the break, we will give away the Manticore, and if at the end of the night we will give you till the end of the night to trigger the bonus giveaway for Ghost Salt March, the die jars and dice.
Yeah.
And you're all awesome.
Bits and tips are both factored in. So what we do is after the episodes now we're going through and we're updating the tip amount based on the bits that we received.
Yeah.
Because there's no built-in tool to factor them both together, but both are supporting the channel and the show and everything we're doing.
So then I'm curious. So are we still doing the bits leader thing?
Yeah.
We still do the bits leader thing.
Okay.
Yeah, we still definitely do the bits leader thing. The bonus giveaway is just unlocked by like if you tip instead of necessarily the bits leader bonus thing, you get stuff from the tip store and our undying gratitude and appreciation.
Undying.
That's an interesting question. If they tip bits, can they tip bits equal to like a tip donation?
No. The reason why,
because we cannot refund those.
Yeah, and that is why. Because if something happens and someone just piles on, was like maybe didn't understand how the store worked, and was like, oh, I want like a bunch of monsters that have allies. Here's $350. I want to buy it 10 times, but they did that in bits. We can't refund that. And we might not be able, like, there's reasons we have certain rule sets because they could just, destroy everything. Destroy everything. Yeah. And so there might be times where we might have to reject something from the tip store, generally if it goes outside some of the premises that we've already set up. And we want that ability to not be jerks and be able to return their money.
Exactly.
Kind of thing. So that was the philosophy behind that little behind-the-camera conversation, but that was our approach because we don't want to. We appreciate you guys just watching, so we really want to do justice to when you do choose to support us financially.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so no episode next Friday. We won't be here. We're gonna be missing Amanda from like a minimum of probably 4 weeks. And we love you all and you're awesome. And I think it's time to play Dungeons and Dragons. So let's run the intro. Go get your drinks, go get your snacks, sit down, get comfy, and get ready for some legendary action because that's exactly what comes here all the time. I think it is. I don't know. Whatever. I like it.
It's legendary.
It's always legendary.
I'm on the phone.
It's 100% of the time. All the time.
Seeing it before, so I didn't know if that was meant to be there. Or not.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those things. We weren't.
Hey, we're back.
And we're back. And
hi guys, how you doing? If you notice, there's one of us missing at the table. We had to take care of him.
There's two.
You mean besides Amanda?
Yeah, the real battle begins where we all fight to see who's going to run the show.
There's one of us not at the table.
There's two of us that are. Amanda's not gone. All right. It's too soon.
He's in denial. We need to
Yeah,
take care
that's
of
why
him.
we had to take care of Andy. I mean, nothing.
I could deny Amanda, like knowing what happened to Amanda, but what am I supposed to do now?
Dad's gone.
We're gonna have an imaginary DM the rest of the night.
We already play in Imagination Land. We can't just imagine a DM.
Yes, we can. We're in Imagination Land.
We're all going to be on different
I'm really
storylines.
scared.
DM, I would like to roll to hit Mike. I crit.
I would post that. I crit.
DM, they're making up rules. I object. There's no one for me to tell on. And there's no one for me to tell on, too.
Just imagine a new rule to defeat the other rule, alright? That's how it works.
I'm imagining all sorts of things right now you don't even know. Oh!
What is happening? More vodka, please.
Waiter.
More vodka.
This is
more
free,
table.
This is free-form roleplay, alright?
Yeah, we're
No.
riding that razor's edge of Dungeons and Dragons.
I refuse. We need the structure of the rules. Where's our rule guide?
Well, that means we gotta go dig them up now.
Rules are tyranny. We just need to band together. We're allies fighting evil.
He's back.
Oh no, how'd you get out of there?
Fuck.
The door opens from the inside, Mike.
Damn it!
Yeah.
Why did you let me lock it? I'm not the smart one.
That's the truth.
Ow.
You said it.
You're not
You
supposed to
said it.
reinforce it. You're my friend.
Normally
Friend.
I go through this big spiel about why do you say that about yourself when I wouldn't let anybody else say that about you. But that's one of the things that, we would let people say. People have a right to their opinions. I believe in you as a person, but I accept the possibility of failure. It's not the...
So you're saying me as I'm a failure as a whole?
No, I'm accepting the possibility that you can fail, but
My
I trust
intelligence
that
is
you
a failure? Is that what you're saying?
No, I trust that you won't fail because I care about you as a person.
Hey, this kind of sounds like Dalen's talking, really. It's all just
Every
I don't
time you
know
talk,
what's
it sounds like Thalen's talking.
No, I was just saying it sounded like a bunch of bullshit.
Don't try and bullshit a bullshitter. Hi, Matt.
Oh.
Oh, hey, guy.
Are you ready? Are you prepared?
I like D&D.
You know,
Yeah.
We're in a very awkward position,
Yeah.
aren't we?
I was remembering what was
Listen.
happening last weekend.
What happened last week?
Oh, yeah.
We
Well, I
answered a
was-
phone call in an important meeting.
There was some skulking, and there was some Karen.
Some
Robot
lurking.
Karen.
Don't forget the
There
lurking.
was a little lurking.
A little lurking.
Well, last week's episode of Legendary Action, you basically, finally, it was time to infiltrate the Circle of Mirrors and try to get to the bottom of what is happening and the connections, connecting all the different threads between the Cult of Domination, the Devils, and the weakening of the plane, and finally just to confront them straight head forward if you could, get the evidence that you needed to bring the Circle of Mirrors crashing to the ground. You split into two separate groups. One, distraction group B, because you kind of feel like a bee. Plan was to make a scene in which you did. You channeled your inner Karen, and it was great.
That was fucking awesome.
Yeah, you were
Yeah,
like
you were
you were
awesome.
super Karen level 1, and you were like right there.
Ultimate Karen.
And you allowed the other three individuals. You allowed Katarina, Lumi, the Thief Weston, and Honeysuckle to kind of infiltrate the Circle of Mirrors and begin exploring and trying to find any evidence that connects the Circle of Mirrors directly to either the Cult of Domination or both, or the Devils, and they're summoning them or allowing them to enter the material plane. After some wandering and exploration and overcoming at least one magical barrier and trap, you found yourselves going into some sort of being transported to some other place or space, either within the Circle of Mirrors or within some other structure, and discovered that wherever this space was, they seemed to have been either the Circle of Mirrors or some other person has been using devils and creating some sort of devilish, dragonborn hybrid that is, who knows, maybe more powerful or less powerful, and they're breeding hundreds of these things in these strange egg sac-like devices and these large vats where they're turning them, corrupting them possibly with these fiendish energies and turning them into these creatures. You then saw one of these sacs hit the ground and open, revealing the actual nature of them. If it was dead or alive, you're not really sure. But you did watch a couple of imps and the Nerinius come up and kill this creature or finish it off, maybe putting it out of its misery. And that's where we pick up. We pick up with Katarina, Honeysuckle, Lumi, and Weston in this other place.
So just to reestablish like where people are standing, Weston, myself, and Lumi are all in the bottom of the stairwell, while Katarina has actually made her way in and is by one of these vats, correct?
Yeah, she's by one of the columns near the vats. She didn't end up walking all the way direct over them because they're kind of to the far wall on the other side. There's like a row of like 15 of them that go down the length of this room. But she's close enough now to the imps, and the arena has left the room dragging the body behind them. So as far as you can tell, there's nobody in there. But yes, you're still standing at the spiral staircase that led down into this room, and she moved further in the room. She's about 10, 12 feet away off to your left.
Okay, so I'm going to move into the room. I'm going to go up to Katarina. Okay, I'm going to grab her shoulder, and I'm going to whisper to her a little harshly, "We need to go. This is not something we should be down here in."
I must agree with you. I think that our best plan is to bring that doorknob with us, and we'll just kind of start walking back.
Can you make an
towards
Arcana check on the doorknob real quick?
That is going to be 17.
Based on the nature of the way you found it, you're not actually really sure if that will even open the door to go back again. It could be a one-way trip device or a two-way trip device, or it could only be opened in the space in which you used it. You're not necessarily sure if it just will create a dimensional door or access to this space from anywhere. It might be very specific, because magic that's designed that way is a little bit harder to trace if it's fixed in place like that than if it's moving somewhere as a powerful arcane relic in that fashion.
Okay, well, I'm going to quickly start drawing one of the, like, dragonborn creatures that's in one of the tube things. I want to kind of draw what they look like.
I'm seeing.
So you want to get close enough to get a good look at them, because you're still kind of far away. It's still about 8 feet away from you, because you stopped at the column to make sure that you were hidden from sight from the imps.
Right.
So it's still like another 8 feet into the room.
Yes. I think I'm going to get close enough to draw them with some detail so that I can show everybody else.
Okay. Can you roll me a perception check then, please? Yes, Mike.
The number of the evening.
Someone
first
choose.
roll was a 17.
Her first roll was a 17.
There you go.
Tonight's number
17.
All right, that's only a 5 for perception.
You hear you can hear the imps, and they're just probably on the other side of the room from you guys, where you're all standing. As far as you can tell, there's nobody else in the room with you, though.
Right. I don't want to alert them to our presence, as we've kind of been lucky to be not seen this far, so I think I'm going to head back.
So you don't want to go sketch the things real quick?
Do you have like your notepad out? Or are you like in this indecision right now? You're just stood there in the middle of the room like.
Yeah, what does this look like? Did you already pull it out and you want to like take the information down?
I know you were taking notes last week. You started writing
Yeah,
stuff
I think
down.
I have it out, and I'm walking towards it when I notice that the imps are still in here.
No, they're not in there anymore. You can hear them because they went through a different door to a separate chamber.
Gotcha. Okay.
You can hear the kind of the bickering and the squawking of their infernal language coming from the other room. You kind of take a quick look around to your left and your right, and it is a dark room, and there's lots of shadows and lots of deep corner spaces where something could be or people could be, but you don't see anybody in there.
Then yeah, I'm gonna go get closer to one of them to draw them.
Okay. Yeah. So, when you get closer to it, and you start taking a good look at it. All of this, the vats and everything actually look really familiar to you. And it's only upon getting right next to it that you realize that you spent a lot of time in one of these devices. And you recognize the craft work and the device itself. The creatures in the vat don't actually seem to be the same thing as you're looking at them as what's in the egg sacs. It seems to be some sort of exposure going on, much like you remember happening here. Almost every single one of these creatures that's in these like 15 different vats looks like it is a dragonborn in some various stage of like either transformation. And as you get closer to one of them, its eyes pop open and its hand hits the interior of the glass. And it, in a fist motion, hits it again and again, looking at you. So, Kira, do you want to come to the table?
Oh shit!
What the fuck?
You're so dead! He brought her here to kill you! Savage! I was not expecting that play.
Also, thank you, HL Ninja Shark, for the subscription.
Thank you so much. You're a wonderful individual. You're legendary. Don't forget to join the Discord where you can keep up to date with everything Legendary Action. And, of course, I know who you are. I recognize the name, bruh. All right? I know. You don't have to join our Discord, but you know the spiel. You're legendary. You're awesome. Thank you for renewing your subscription. So, Kira, you want to...
Now I want to know.
I know you've been here for, one-shots and people are familiar, but you want to reintroduce yourself and, describe this creature to them, this dragonborn to what everybody sees?
Yeah. So they found me on the street originally for a one shot 2 weeks ago. And I did okay. So they put me to work outside and then let me back in for this one.
We gave her a longer chain and now we've shortened it up a little bit.
I've been fighting with Andy to adopt you, but he says no. Something about having to walk you and feed you.
Maybe if I can prove myself then. So, hi guys, my name's Kira. I've been playing D&D for about 15 years. I'm typically behind the DM screen, but I've been trying to get away from that and play as an actual character more. So tonight, I guess I can't reveal too much yet, but the Dragonborn that you see kind of banging against the vat right now seems to be wearing, still has the armor, right? Even in the vat?
Yeah. You were just put in there, tossed in whole, like all of you.
So she actually has, really military-esque, full armor on. It's different colors of dark purple and has some crimson on there as well. And she is looking incredibly panicked right now. So you probably can't see too much of her, but she is a dragon born and she is thrashing around in there.
And you're going to be joining us at the table for how long now?
For 8 weeks, around 8 weeks.
4 to 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Kira is going to be our guest, so get used to her face, get used to loving her, and give her a big legendary welcome because she's going to be taking Amanda's spot for the time being. And thank you so much for making that commitment to be here with us.
Thank you guys.
I'm
super excited.
So, I'm excited for it as well. I love having new people at the table, and I would rotate people in and out all the time if I could, because I love having more people at the table. Don't get me wrong, I like almost all of you as individuals.
I like how you stopped and looked at me
but a couple of you rub me the wrong way on a regular basis.
Why'd you start with me?
Wait, he looks
I don't know. That's
the point.
Yeah, but he paused a little bit. I love all of you.
But yeah, so this Dragonborn is just hitting the glass, and with enough force that it's making that solid liquid bang that glass does at an aquarium or something, just thump, thump on the inside, and you can see panic in the eyes, they're wide and alert.
I'm gonna start frantically looking around. Do I see is the top of the vat open? Is there a way to get out of it or something?
It looks
to,
like
release it?
It does look like it's sealed at the top, but you are familiar with the machinations, and you've seen it on the operation before, so you're pretty sure there's some sort of mechanism release lever either somewhere in the room or maybe the next room over.
I'm gonna rush over.
Wrong lever!
I'm gonna rush over and grab Katarina and try to pull her away. What have you done?
We have to help her.
What? You don't know what this thing is.
Look how scared she is.
It probably just wants to get out and eat you.
Can I try to do an insight check to see if I can tell what her intentions are?
Do it at a disadvantage.
Okay. Natural 1.
Oh,
So 1.
As far as you can tell, this Dragonborn is just absolutely panicked, and there's no more kind of insight that you can gain from that other than obviously it wants out of that vat.
Are any of the other ones waking up?
No, none of the other ones are awake. You can see bubbles transferring from like oxygen or the liquid and the transference, so they all seem to be in some sort of like deep sleep or enchanted sleep that's keeping them in that. But for whatever reason, this one has responded to your presence.
Oh, shit.
We need to get out of here. We need to take whatever proof Luminous and her friends need, and we need to leave.
She is proof.
You really want to risk that?
I am going to use another charge of my boots and try to walk up to the top of the vat and see if I can find a way to open it.
Okay, yeah, all right. So so you click them on, say the words, and you start walking up the steps, the ethereal steps, and you do. There is a valve that you can twist open that seems to might release. You're not sure. It either releases the mechanism, a locking mechanism that allows it to open. It could also be some sort of emergency disbursement valve that drains it. You're not really sure which.
If I'm wrong about this, I can find a way to protect us from her, but I think that she just needs our help, and I'm going to turn the valve.
Okay, can I get a strength check, please?
First mistake, seeing the good in people.
11?
That's enough. Yeah. So at first, you get a little bit of resistance, and then you go, "Oh, it's the other way," and you start ringing it, and the whole time you're hearing this like clack, 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 and it's actually really loud as you're doing this. So finally, after about maybe 12 rotations, there's a pop and like a hiss, like, and the liquid begins to start draining out of the bottom and seems to disappear somewhere below the bottom of the vat. And like you notice at that moment that it's not just like liquid. It was hard to see, but there's actually some sort of like connecting tube that has been drilled or implanted in the base of like the skull in the back of the spine. And that cord kind of just starts coming down as you see the dragonborn like trying to like follow the liquid to the bottom. Finally, she just drops to like the last 2 feet and it like snaps out of her neck. And this dragonborn's in there. You pull the top up and what do you say? What do you do?
She's probably going to be struggling to breathe at this moment and being kind of like disoriented. I'm assuming there's not really a ladder or anything out. She's just kind of crumpled at the bottom.
No, but
right.
it's nothing that you couldn't make with like a standing jump and some assistance to like help you reach the top of the edge of the vat.
And do I have my sword and shield still?
That is not on you.
Okay, figured. So she is going to, after like kind of grabbing at her neck in pain, she's going to look up specifically to you and say, "Help me out of here, please."
I'm not very strong, but I will try. I'll reach my arm down to her.
Can you make an athletics check with advantage?
Yes. So she'll reach up and...
Demon strength.
Maybe. Mind your business.
26.
26. Oh, it's her assistance almost means very little as you just kind of leap up, and it's enough for you to like get up and you just almost in one solid fluid motion. It's just like up, feet on the glass, over the top, and you kind of both tumble over the top. Though there's no room to stand up there and kind of fall to the ground, but it's not a hard fall.
So when we hit the ground, she's immediately going to like stand up in like battle ready position, which probably looks kind of weird because she doesn't have any weapons or anything like that. But she's going to glance around and I assume notice the other person in the room.
Yeah, you see everybody else.
Okay, so I get to see everybody.
Yeah.
Are you trying to get out of here right now?
Yes.
Can I come with you?
Do you mean us harm?
Do I look like it?
Yes, you do.
With what weapons am I going to harm you? I was in a vat. Do you really think that I'm the one that's being evil here?
I'm just gonna beckon at like the egg sacs and such.
If that was up to me, why am I in the vat?
I don't know. Maybe you're like their mother or something.
They always said that
Make a
civilization
nature check
outside
to
him
see if you
was
know how dragonborn reproduce.
Sure.
Awesome.
I'll do
Merlin.
it. I'm just kidding.
And to think they always said civilization outside of Emrath was civilized.
And so you can hear now the imps are getting a little bit closer. You can hear them like kind of cluttering, and the chatting is getting closer. And there actually seems to be sound coming from further into the chamber and like deeper into the rows of these egg sacs, because there's like 6 of these rows, and each one is like, as far as you can see, just lining the ceiling and running down it.
You need to be quiet. We've made enough noise getting you out. Do you have any information relevant to what's going on here, or no?
I was bashed on the head and taken here against my will, so no.
I believe this would be a conversation better had outside.
Maybe we should... Again, we can take one of the things in the egg sacs. I can make it into a mouse, and that's plenty of proof. If you show a dragon devil, that's going to make some people scared.
Devil?
Oh, not you.
No, maybe you.
Well, if you're going to do it quickly and preferably quietly so that we can get out of this place.
Where's the nearest not broken egg sac?
The nearest, I mean, they're hanging from the ceiling, so there's, I mean, like 3 feet away. There's probably one up there.
Okay, and... Fuck.
Thank you, Anomaly.
It's at this point that you do realize. Oh, sorry, I had that note there, but I forgot. Soyasa, that you do realize that despite your armor, you have none. You don't have like any gear with you. You traveled very light from Emrath, and haven't even had a chance to like procure any real like anything outside of like base rations that you used on the ship and had. But like your sword, shield, anything, it's all gone. Yeah.
Do you have some way to get them down? I don't want to light it on fire.
I do not believe that I do.
Do you want to make yourself useful?
By doing what exactly?
Get one of those.
How high up are they?
If you were standing full length with your hand up, 15 feet up. No, 13. It's about 13 and a half feet.
Do I have all my magic?
You're not sure. You might have to cast a spell to find out.
Okay. She's just gonna lock eyes with trouble over here. And glancing up at the egg sac, she's gonna attempt to misty step to it to just grab it and bring it down in a very excessive flare.
Okay. Yeah, so so you cast Misty Step and you launch up there and you end up like on this egg sac and you grab it, and it is connected to like a almost like copper tube that runs between it and the next. Each of the sacs are connected to one another.
Okay.
Like a running cable between all of them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you do feel that you can probably pull it down. It's almost like there's like a meat hanger that has been punctured through the top that's connecting them.
So, bit of pulling, bit of slashing with claws, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Just to try and bring it down.
Okay, yeah. So, after a few moments of just kind of trying to figure out what's at play, you pull on it and tear it down. You come down to the ground with it, and it hits the ground with this like hard thud and like almost slush, but it smashes open when it hits the ground.
Okay.
And so now you guys are just standing over this creature, and it immediately begins to start moving.
Polymorph.
Okay. What's the save?
DC 15 Wisdom.
Wisdom.
Yes.
It's a newborn. How wise could it be?
Right?
Yeah.
You know, I also like to think it just got woken up, you know.
It's confused.
It hasn't had its coffee.
Like, I'm not wise the first thing in the morning.
Exactly. Not like these things are bred for war or something, or like an invasion.
Come on. These are obviously the accountants.
Peacekeeping troops.
Yeah.
Obviously.
He's just mad we screwed up his math.
Come on.
I mean, you could put that dice away and roll it.
Are you doing it?
Yeah, I'm doing.
Oh, I'm already at it.
Did you do it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm doing it
That's
right
not bad.
Do it.
DC
Maybe
15.
it's so number
Yes.
one.
Yes, number 2.
And that's a match.
Oh,
Matches it.
damn it!
With a +1.
Devil bait, you son of a bitch.
The red and white die.
That.
Yeah, so as you attempt to cast the spell, there's some sort of... You begin casting the polymorph spell, and it starts to change, but there's some sort of sudden interference and influx between like your connection to the natural world and it gets in the way. And this thing it's not responding to the spell in any direct way, but there's something about this that is stopping the magic from affecting it.
Pick it up. Just grab it. Let's go.
Just gonna give you the most deadpan stare possible.
You want me to grab whatever this is?
You ripped it down from the ceiling. Pick it up. You're strong enough.
Oh, you people are horrible, except you.
And she's gonna try and grapple it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Make the check, please. Are you using strength, right?
Yeah. Nat 20.
Nice. Well, that's definitely higher than what I rolled. Yeah. So it does. There's no resistance whatsoever. Whatever kind of state it is, it seems like it's in sort of maybe like a drowsy sort of half awake state. There's no real resistance whatsoever.
Okay. So I should be able to like, can I like bind it under one arm, both arms?
It's larger than you are.
Oh, okay.
So you may have to like fireman carry it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Can you make a history check for me?
Yeah.
Real quick, actually.
25.
25.
This dice is on fire tonight.
Now that a little bit of the panic has kind of worn off,
Yeah.
and you're getting a clearer view of the room,
Mm-hmm.
you remember being brought in here, and you remember being slid into, in like a semi-conscious state, into the vat, and you remember feeling the liquid coming in, pouring in over the top to fill it. But you also remember that in the chamber next to this, there is basically just a ton of random piles of equipment, clothing, and things that have been pulled off to the people who were brought here for this reason. So it's more than likely that your sword, shield, and everything else is in the next chamber over.
Which direction would I tell them? Just
It would be there's only one exit out of this room that they can see, because the chamber is like 50, 60 feet wide and hundreds of feet long with these egg sacs hanging from the ceiling.
Okay. So after she gets this creature into the fireman carrier, she's just really fixated on you right now, and she's going to say,
Can we go get my equipment at least before we leave?
We're able to leave the way we came in, right?
With that, you see Weston come down the spiral stairs, and he's just like, it's closed. The door's closed. Closed. What are we doing down here?
Man.
I believe the answer to that question to be no.
Well, does the doorknob work like down here? Does it work anywhere? Do you have to go back up
I
there
don't
with
have it anymore, right?
Well, the doorknob?
Yeah, it was like in the door.
Yeah, it was connected to the door.
I do not have it.
Then yes, we are going towards your things because we don't know how else to get out of here. And I'm going to go over to her and beckon for her to bend down as I'm going to attempt to tie and gag the body.
Okay. Make a sliding handshake.
Sure.
Set the DC for the tying, the ropes and stuff, the restraints.
I don't know if I'm good at that.
We'll find out when you roll. Nat 1.
It's like giving a cat a bath.
Natty 1. Let's go. Come on. Natty 1.
Oh,
Nice roll.
yes.
I'm
Don't
disappointed.
you bummer me over there.
Also, thank you, Anomaly, for your bits, for your
you,
100
Anomaly.
and your 231, making it 69.69. Thank you, Bemused Bison, for ruining it and making it an additional 1,500 more, because I can't math right now. So that should be
you bastard.
84.69.
84.69. So
Well, how
I
do you
know
know
I
how's
said
it
at the
going?
beginning that we would.
We need 15.
I made the call. We do it at
31.
75. So we unlocked the bonus giveaway for tonight.
All right.
Good
bonus
job.
giveaway.
Thank you so much for your
Congratulations.
generosity. We will be doing the bonus giveaway
Yep.
towards the end of the night.
We will do the bonus giveaway at the end of the night, which, once again, just go over, is the adventure module goes to Salt Marsh. 2 awesome custom handmade clay dice jars with die sets that come inside of them. So it's awesome. Let's show those off real quick. Come on. Let's go, giveaway guy. You know.
Hey, giveaway guy. Hey, I give stuff away. I'm crazy. It's what I do. Hey,
we are wild and crazy guys.
Hey, wild and crazy. You want some dice? They can be your eyes. Eye dice. It comes with dice in them. They're in there. It's clean. It's good. It's textured.
I'm Dice Johnson. This is my D&D store.
I might need to consider giving giveaways to somebody else at the table.
No, that's my strategy. If I do it poorly enough, you're gonna give it to somebody else. It's like, I know there's crusty still on the dishes, but if you don't like it, do it yourself.
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
21
but yeah,
minutes.
so thank you all so much for being here. I see you, Lethal Will. Thanks for being here tonight. I love you. You're awesome. So, what do you
21.
guys,
21 is what I
so
rolled, by the way.
21.
For DC.
Yeah, that's a pretty good knot.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, it's a good knot. I mean, it looks like a good knot.
Yeah, I do that.
You like loop it and twist it, and I don't know knots. You leave me alone. Okay?
It's suspiciously good.
It's suspiciously good.
Cool.
All right. So what are we all doing then?
Waiting on a phone call?
Which way was the...
The only way.
And she just starts heading that way.
Okay. Yeah, so the Dragonborn begins walking over to the door to leave the chamber. And there's no door in the way.
Mm-hmm.
And looking into the room, you do see pretty much what you thought you remembered. There's various tables scattered about with lots of equipment and just general items. Most of it looks like it's very mundane. There's some old swords and stuff kind of laying around on the ground. And it's just, but there's, in the center, it seems like there's this massive, like, tall pile of clothing in the middle of the chamber that they've just been lumping these onto. And you do see like an imp kind of on the front at first, and it picks up one of these articles of clothing and starts like looking at it and like smelling it, and then throws it onto the pile and walks around the other side. And then you hear it start talking to other creatures, and the sound starts to dissipate. You get the impression they're walking away now, like further into the chamber.
Okay. Do I see my gear anywhere?
Make a perception check.
19.
19. You spot your gear, like your ruck pack. You recognize it. There's a piece of cloth from your hanging out the side from your basically your royal robes.
But no shield or weapon.
You don't see the shield or sword, but you see your rucksack.
Okay. So using her tail, she's just going to whip it around and kind of point at the rucksack. And once again,
Can you get that for me?
I'm going to step up, see, and do I see an exit?
Not from where you're standing, though. It looks like another wide chamber. It has a vaulted ceiling. The construction of it, again, it's very different than what you came through in the Circle of Mirrors. You're getting a real good look at this like these stone slabs, and this doesn't feel like something that was made by wizards.
Okay.
But no exit.
Well, yeah, so I will attempt to stealth forward and retrieve her rucksack.
Okay, so it's like on the edge of the pile on the outside. You see it when she's pointing at it. You get closer to this huge pile of clothing and go by the table leg where it's sitting, and you can see around from this perspective that pile of clothing, and you do see that there's an exit on the other side of the room. It's lit by like 2 torches, and it looks like it's just an open door that's been left open, and you see the imps go through that door and into another like hallway or chamber past beyond that. But you pick up the rucksack and you bring it back to her.
So this was the only way forward from the stairwell that we came down, correct? There was no like other off-branching paths or anything?
Not that you've seen so far.
Okay. I bring her bag, okay? There's a way out, and I can make us all a little bit stealthier again, because it seems like some of us may need it. Anything else, or can we go?
I'm still missing my weapon and my shield, but I want out.
So I hand you your bag.
Do you though?
Yeah, I just throw it at you. You know, you wanted it, okay? Freaking deal with it.
She stares down at it for a moment, contemplating all the life choices that led to this moment of where she is in her life.
Very unsure.
Could you carry that for me?
I will grab it. I'll pick it up.
Sensing the tension in the room.
Yeah. So what's the next step?
Cool. So yet again, I will pull out a leaf of mistletoe and a sprig of spruce, and they'll begin to smolder in my hands as once again the cloud of ash envelops us, and I cast Pass Without Trace.
Okay. Once again. So everybody make stealth checks, please. And add that plus 10. That big plus 10. It's big.
You needed it.
It's plus. It's 10.
Oh my god, you didn't need it.
18.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a 30.
That was amazing.
Hi there.
That was good.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Was it? I feel good.
That was one of those ones that make you like you realize where you're at and what you're doing. You're like, whoa.
You're like, well, so much clearer now.
Yeah, it's like
Clarity.
I etch a sketched my brain just now. Like I had a path that I've been going through the night, and then just that happened. I'm like, wow.
Probably a necessity.
It was. I achieved enlightenment there for a moment.
Pretty sure
So-
that's a disorder.
Yeah.
Probably.
30.
So what's the plan?
So I guess I will lead as we kind of like stealth slinking from like pile to pile, trying to make our way to the torchlight exit.
Okay.
Is this thing struggling at all at any point?
It doesn't seem like it.
Okay.
Every once in a while, you kind of catch. You can feel like it's breathing, so you're very aware that it is in fact alive and on you. But it doesn't seem to have like truly like awoken in any way or become really aware of what's going on around it. Past the initial hit of the floor, where it like woke for a minute, but since then it's just basically gone back into its slumber.
Okay.
Mama.
Starts following you around the dungeon.
No.
Oh, you better hope not.
So
Yeah,
we just
so-
keep creeping.
You make your way, kind of climbing over the clothing and the piles of it as it's kind of just, some of it has tumbled down and it's just filling this room. Hundreds of articles of clothing, from shirts to different pants and trousers. You can even see in some places it looks like there's armor even that's been discarded in pieces onto the floor. You get to the exit and can see through the door since it's been left ajar. And in the room, you can see that there is a collection of different weapons and armor and valuables that have been like left here. You see a few what look like potions that have been left on the center room table. You don't see your sword directly, and you obviously don't know what it looks like, but you don't see any imps or anything in this room.
Okay, I was going to ask. Do we hear anything?
It does sound like there's more talking coming from the other side of the room, because it kind of does this. It's hard to see because of the weapon racks and all the stuff's been piled kind of in the center on this table for the most part. But there might be another door on the other side of the room.
And again, this is the only way forward is through this weapon, this armor.
As far as you can tell.
Okay. I'm going to creep forward, and the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take the potions.
So you're going to enter the room?
Yes, I'm going to enter the room.
All right.
Sounds like a trap.
Yeah, it's always a trap.
It does.
That's the best part.
So,
I'm doing
you enter the room.
I enter the
Like,
room.
you go inside. You cross that threshold.
I
Are you sure
enter
you want to do that?
the room.
Yeah, like we're at that point where I would move your mini from 5 feet to 5 feet in. Like
Yes.
that's okay.
Yes.
Crawling inch by inch, checking
Inch
for
by
traps
inch.
the whole way.
Yes.
So first, thank you for the bits, HL and the Shark, and the winner of tonight's lucky number was Lethal Lilith.
Lethal.
Congrats!
Who's getting it, Lethal?
So which one of these lucky
Who has
adventurers?
inspiration already? That's
Alex.
the first place to start.
Alex is the only person because he was awarded it from you, which
Yep.
doesn't expire.
Yeah.
Everyone's else's is gone.
Mm-hmm. So who's getting temporary session inspiration tonight? Lethal.
Inspired? Who's getting really inspired?
And an awkward silence fills the studio.
Yep.
As we all wait for the
As the delay between chat and
Kira,
Twitch
Kira, don't worry.
and her and internet.
Don't worry, we're not trying to run a show here.
Yeah.
No,
Don't
take your time.
Take your time.
Did you say Kira you meant lethal, Willow?
I meant lethal. That's why I was like, Kira. I mean, lethal. Lethal Kira.
You know, it sounds like one of those, like, you're forcing someone to, like, pull a card or say a word or something. It's like, Kira, I mean lethal, you know, Kira.
Yeah. What?
What? Oh wait, me?
All eyes on you now.
Yeah, you. Yeah,
Thank you.
You don't remember? I'm guessing it's you.
I'm assuming yes.
To my left, which is my right,
Yeah.
there's cameras.
Yeah.
Yes.
You.
Yes. Me, the unnamed Dragonborn.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
The one without a name.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
I mean,
cannot
people have just
kill.
been mean to me since I showed up. I mean, most people.
Yeah,
have been
most
mean to me. No one's bothered to ask me or anything, so I don't know.
Yeah, so you're just gonna so you just walk into the room and you start grabbing the potions off the center
Yes.
table. Okay. Yeah. All right. So you grab a few potions. You start grabbing. There's like 4 of them. You just grab them and put them in your pouch or
Yep.
whatever. Okay. So
So
you see him do this. He like makes a beeline straight for what looks like magic potions.
whatever. She's gonna look at you. So Ass is gonna turn to you as she's still holding this thing, and she's gonna use her tail once again, kind of wrap it around the other side and gesturing at her shield. And she's,
Could you grab that too? Or have somebody grab it? I need some kind of a weapon.
Yes, I can get that. I'll go grab her shield.
Okay. Yeah.
Try not to knock anything off all the shelves. I'll pick it up.
Katarina, the young squire. Your bag and your shield? Yeah, of course I'll get that
everything
for you.
for you.
Yes,
my liege.
Let's carry all this stuff.
It's a rather big, large shield, rather ornate, and it also has like the matching colors of her purple and crimson armor on it as well.
So what you're telling her is not to drop it or break it or stuff it up.
I mean, I'd be impressed if they could break my shield.
Squire,
I'm
don't
just
scuff up
saying.
my shield.
I'm just saying.
You turn, you hear someone.
Yeah, with the app, so she goes over there and starts grabbing and working with picking up your shield, and in that intermediate, you keep looking around the room, and you see your sword also is on the table near Honeysuckle.
Okay. It's because, do I have a strong enough grip on this guy to at least go get the sword and sheath it? Because I feel way safer if I have it on me for that piece.
Yeah.
Squire, jump up.
And it just so happens that the sword is still in its sheath, so you recognize it from the hilt.
Oh, perfect. And she's just gonna like suddenly beeline to the table, almost pushing Honeysuckle out of the way if she has to.
Yeah.
And she is just going to grab that thing and quickly try to reattach it to her waist, not saying anything.
Awesome. Yeah. So, Lumi and Wesson have made their way to the other side of the chamber, and he comes back, and he's like, this all feels so familiar. Like, isn't there something familiar about this place that like we've all been here before, possibly?
No.
He's like, I don't know. Something about this place feels familiar. He's like, I can't quite put a finger on it, but I feel like I've been here before. You know, he's like, but there seems to be another, unfortunately, a locked door on the other side. But I already took care of it and removed the spell that was sealing it.
Right. That's yours and Luminous's job to make sure that we can pass through that.
Yes.
So then let's pass through that.
Sure, if you want.
So yeah, I'm going to follow them to the door.
Okay, so he kind of gets near you, and he's like, puts his hand on your shoulder, and he's like, now, carefully open the door. Don't just open it. And when he says that, you can hear conversation coming from the other side of the door. But it doesn't sound like imps, and it doesn't sound like it's infernal.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, so with the muted sound of the Pass Without Trace around me, I'm going to very carefully try and open the door, hoping that it's been well oiled recently.
You see Lumi walk over to the sconces real quick, and she just kind of both of the open flames near the door. As you open it, it does seem to open very smoothly, and you get it just open enough that you can kind of see into the next chamber. And what you see is a wide open room, multi-leveled room, and it looks like there are all these cages in there, and there's people in these cages. Most of them look like they're dragonborn or human, and they're kind of just interspersed in here. And you can see a couple of imps kind of walking around from this angle, and it turns enough that you can see what looks like you're pretty sure is the main exit for the room. It's a well-lit room. And the ceiling is like old and moldy, and there's this disgusting waft of just humanoid feces and the smell of disease that just comes wafting into the room through the door. And then that combines with that, the sour egg smell of sulfur that just hits you all at once. And almost like an intense heat to a degree, just kind of hits all in space.
Oh yeah,
It smells sticks there.
so great.
It's like an outhouse
It's
on
the
a hot
smell
summer
that
day.
lingers.
But worse.
So, it's just from this very maybe 12-inch wide opening that you've made to kind of just peek into the chamber. And you can hear more discussion, and what sounds like either common or such is being kind of drowned out by all the groaning and discussion of all the prisoners, and the sounds of them suffering in these cages is kind of overwhelming you. But you do, from maybe the left side of the room outside of your view, that's where the conversation seems to be taking place.
I'd like to, because there's imps in there, so I'm going to pull the door once again very slowly shut. I'm going to turn. So it appears that this area in front of us is a prison of some sort. So, and there are imps in there. We can either, I don't know, like jailbreak, get them all out and all, whatever it is that we want to do there. We could stealth on through. What's kind of the course of action here?
I do not feel comfortable leaving all those people down here treated this way.
And how do you plan on getting them out?
I mean, if we can open their cages, maybe they would be able to help occupy the imps or help us fight the imps so that we could get out of here safely.
That seems like a very difficult task, to open up a bunch of cages while some imps are trying to poke us.
Poke.
Hey, what are you doing there?
I'm real hard lock now.
You sit in your chair and you shut up. Shut up.
with his little 3-prong fucking.
Stop it.
I don't know why, but I saw this little imp with raggedy clothing, little robot ears moving around, and a really big fork. And he's like,
I just got this promotion. Screw it up.
Futurama.
Yep.
Containment protocol.
Ow!
Go on now.
Could you tell how many imps were in the room? We might be able to dispatch of them and then release the prisoners.
With the 12 inches that I was able to look through, okay, can I make a history check as to how many I think that were in there?
I mean, you don't need a history check. You saw 2 of them wandering around in the room.
I saw a pair. There could be more, there could be less.
That's nothing.
Oh, then you go in there and take care of them. Miss, I got captured and put in a vat.
So she drops. She drops the creature.
It's just like thud.
I was wondering when you were getting tired of helping.
The point has been reached. No, she just drops it in front of you and kindly takes the shield from you and then bangs the door open with it and goes in.
So the door slams open, it hits the wall in the interior, and luckily there seems to be no guards in the room. The conversation that you're hearing seems to be coming from an additional side chamber, what looks like maybe like a guard room chamber off to maybe 20 feet to the left. And you can see people up and walking around as they're passing in front of what maybe looks like a fireplace or something on the inside.
Okay.
The imps in the room who were there don't seem to be there anymore. But it's loud. It just crashes into the wall, bangs. You get the attention of all the people in the cages who look to the room, see you standing just right out in the open, and they have no idea what to do. It actually gets eerily quiet for a moment.
She's just gonna look around, like slowly noticing that there's like no immediate threat in the area, and look back over at Honeysuckle.
You can't even count right.
And she's gonna beeline to the nearest cage and see if it's like, does it look like, is it good construction, shoddy construction?
Oh, it looks like it's old. It's old, but it definitely looks like it was well made.
Well made.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Okay. So what kind of locking mechanism is on it? Magical?
It doesn't look like it's a magic lock. It does look like it is like there's a rather large and heavy-duty padlock slapped on the other side of a singular gate. The one in the center of the room is each one is like its own. It's one large cage device, kind of over the top, but there's individual spaces for what look like 15 people in these cages. So there's like 15 of these individual doors and locks that are in the center of the room.
Okay. Given how annoyed she is, she's just going to start swinging at the first lock she can get to with her sword.
Oh,
and
yeah,
just
make
try
an attack
pop
roll.
it.
It's a lock. How hard can it be to hit?
12.
Yeah, roll damage.
Just have to be the armor class.
You have a good night, Lethal Lilith.
That was the wrong dice. I was like, that was a really big number.
How dare you fucking leave me, Lethal? How dare you?
How are you supposed to get these?
It's going to be 14.
How are you supposed to get these
14?
wonderful dice
Oh,
if you
yeah,
leave?
so with one solid swing, you hit it, the lock breaks and falls to the floor. The person inside looks like it's a disheveled, emaciated man, humanoid man with, like, his hair is so long and his facial hair is so out of control that you can't even really make out any distinguishing features.
Mm-hmm.
And he just, like, kind of backs up into the corner of the cage and just is maintaining distance between you and him.
Understandable.
I'm gonna go up to the cage after it's opened. Do not worry. We're not here to harm you. We're here to help.
Make a persuasion check.
That is, it's here somewhere. 19.
Ooh,
19.
Yes.
So he kind of looks at you and just gives the slightest nod of understanding, but not necessarily agreement.
Yeah.
Let's get the rest of the cages open.
That's a lot of cages. We down here for hours.
What a negative Nancy.
Do you want to leave all of these people here?
They can unlock each other.
I'm gonna turn to Weston and Lumi. Can you guys start picking locks?
Weston, he kind of turns and looks, and he looks up at the second floor, and he's like, I think the only other way up to the next floor might be through that guard room to the side. I don't see any other staircases. And he kind of looks to Lumi, and she's just like, yeah, I don't see anything either. You know, so I could climb up to the top, and she does that and goes and just leaps like on the corner of the wall and makes it to the second landing.
Yeah.
And is looking around. And Weston has a moment though where he stops and he's like, where? He's like, that can't be right. It's like we're in the castle's dungeons. We're in Rivergate. Still. It's like, I've never been in this room, but this room, the construction of the metal and the locks seems all too familiar. We're in the dungeon of the castle.
I'm liking our position more and more.
I'm gonna head over to the creep past the side room and head over to. You said there's the side room and then there's a fucking exit, right?
No, you don't see an additional exit per se, but you do see another door in the room.
Yes.
Whether that's a storage room or an exit or another guard room or an
Broom
arms
closet.
room or a broom closet, you're not sure.
Or Mirage.
Yeah, or Mirage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're playing D&D. Everything's a mirage.
While this is happening, she's going to keep trying to open cages for now.
Okay, you're just gonna go at it the same way, just hitting each
Yeah,
one
she's going to be
individually.
trying to get them open.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna go over to this other door and I'm gonna do the whole same, stealthily try and open it up, see what's through.
So you're gonna go over and try to not the guard room. You're gonna go
No.
to the other door. Okay.
Yes.
Go and look through their door. They've been waiting for you.
The sign's getting closer and closer
Just
to that
play it.
wall. You have local
Can I
talents.
get a? The door is locked, so
Oh, okay, that's.
when you get over to it, it's a very simple looking lock on the outside, but it does appear to be locked.
Okay. Is there a space between the bottom of the door and the floor?
Yes,
Cool.
Mhm.
Could I wild shape into a field mousen?
you could.
I would like to wild shape into a field mousen.
Where's she going?
Yeah, so you just,
Cantankerous.
Suddenly- honeysuckle turns into a little mouse and just shrinks down, and you just watch this little mouse, the tail end of it just kind of squeeze underneath the door and run inside. So once you're in there, you see racks and torture devices and shackles and meat hooks hanging from the ceiling, and there's like blood stains all over the floor and individual in the room. Doesn't seem to be more than that.
So you said there was an individual in the room?
No.
Oh.
Cool. I'm going back.
I heard that too for a second. And you see the other individual in the room, but not much more than that.
I'm like, did you just gloss over that?
You see an ancient red dragon, but that's about it. Nothing really of interest in here.
So yeah, I'm gonna
This is where I keep my side plot.
go back on through the door and I'm gonna scurry my way on over towards where the guards are chilling.
Okay. Yeah, so you hit the steps and go kind of in between the door because it's also slightly open. As you get closer, you hear them talking and having this conversation in common. And one of them comments to another about like the devils, and it's so like they just don't feel comfortable with these things in the room. Like they don't feel comfortable with these things around, like why they're there, and discussing why they're holding these things like below the castle. And one of them finally kind of just spurs the other one and just says, we're just the jailers. Whatever else is going on, it's well beyond our position to question the directions that we're given and the commands we're given.
Okay.
Let's go into the next area. Let's just continue with our walks and make sure nobody's escaping or attempting to leave down below. So let's go. And you watch as they get up from their sitting at this table. They drop like their put down their drink mugs and grab their weapons and kind of put them back on. They go through the room straight to the other side to another door, or you watch one of them take off one of the keys from the key ring, unlocks it, opens the door, and you see finally some sort of like daylight coming from these maybe drainage or like grain. They're casting these iron bar shadows onto the center floor of the room. But the room looks almost, in the quick glimpse that you get, seems very similar in construction to this one. But at the other end, you see a large, wide staircase that goes up like a couple of steps, and then there's another larger door, like steel iron door at the top of that. And he closes the door behind them, and you hear it lock.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to go back. I'm going to unwild shape. I'm going to go over to Weston.
Mhm.
You're right. We are beneath the castle. And the guards are fully aware that there are devils here.
It's hard to believe. I was just down here. I mean, you just got me out a few days ago. I never saw any devils or anything like this while I was down here.
Well, apparently they're here. And the guards know about it, and they have no idea why they're doing it, but they know.
That's troubling. That's a problem.
It
don't you
absolutely
think?
is. It is troubling. You're right.
And finally, like, Lumi comes down, and she's just like, I unlocked all of them. And you see, like, a bunch of people have come out of their, like, cages, and they're, like, standing there, and they're, like, trying to figure out what to do with their... They're just standing there, all these different individuals. And
Maybe how to get down.
several Dragonborn mixed with several humans just kind of have meandered out of their cages and are looking around. The first thing some of them do is go straight over to these, like, water buckets that are kept on the side and start drinking from them.
Oh, actually, so the guards just got up, and they're going to go make sure that everyone's still in their cages. So that may be, like, the stairwell that goes up to that top area, so they're probably about to be walking out and seeing that.
It depends on what level of the dungeon we're in. If we are in the bottom of the dungeon, then there's another level, prison level, much like this, for those who are set to be, like, executed and such.
I don't think we're in the very bottom. I did see sunlight.
Well, the prison is built in the bottom of the cliffside, and some of the dungeon area is kind of on the edge. So it's hard to say. I was only kept in one section. I'm not 100% familiar with the construction of it.
Okay, well, I think for sure we all need to get out of here, take that body with us as proof, because maybe it's not the Circle of Mirrors. Maybe it's the King or the Lord.
It's like, but if we're in the castle dungeon, how do we get out of the castle? There's about, I don't know, 500 men-at-arms between us and leaving with this thing she's carrying, and he points at you, you know, which, by the way, you should go pick that up again, and we should go.
Yes.
Did I manage to open all the cages?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, so yeah, as
To
soon as
varying degrees of success, everybody doesn't really feel like they're just
Yeah.
going to stay in there.
yeah, so yeah, after she finishes doing that, she will begrudgingly sheath her sword, go back, pick the creature back up in the fireman carry, and then walk back over to the group.
Depending on how high up on the cliffside we are, I could get us, like, right on out there, and we just have to scale a little ways.
You're talking about, like, 100-foot sheer cliff.
Well, it depends on how far up and down the cliff we are.
He just looks at you. It's obvious you haven't been in the city very long, and he turns to like Lumi Katarine and is like, if we are in the keep's dungeons, and she saw daylight, then that means we are either on the set of dungeon rooms kept closest to the cliffside, which is, I don't know, a torture mechanic to. There's sunlight, but you'll never get out and fucking smell the fresh air again. We were harassed endlessly with those sorts of things where I was. The only way out I've ever heard of is going out through the castle keep. No one has ever escaped from down here below. So we either have to sneak our way out while she's carrying that, or we have to find a way to break through to a sheer cliffside that falls 100 feet down into the crushing waves of Shatterkeel Bay.
As long as it's made of stone, I can do that.
You can, but can the rest of us?
What I did, I'd make like a little door.
Yeah, that gets us out, but it doesn't get us down the cliff. Or up the cliff.
Well, I
She's
can't do all
carrying
of
the
it.
thing. Does nobody else not see this problem?
Well, if she's the strongest of us all right now, okay, she could like climb up to the top and use rope to help us all get up.
Oh, while not being spotted by the various guard posts in the city and the guards on patrol on the walls? It's daytime. Listen, if we are going to attempt some sort of escape like that, we have to stay in here until at least night, which means putting all these people back in the cages, possibly getting inside, and waiting it out. It doesn't sound like the greatest idea, but we don't really have many options.
Oh my god, I have an idea.
Or
I can't say it. No, you can't.
you have to drop the creature, and we have to get out without it.
Well, I don't need the proof. It's Luminous who needs the proof. So unless Luminous can come up with some other sort of proof other than the testimony of this individual. Don't look at me. It's not a great testimony.
She's not saying anything.
Lumi's just like, I don't know. I mean, we were looking for proof and we found our way here. But we were looking for proof of wrongdoing on behalf of somebody we might not be able to trust.
What specifically are you looking for?
We were just told to find some sort of connection between the Circle of Mirrors and the Cult of Domination and the Devils.
The what?
The Cult of Domination?
What do they have to do with any of this?
Do you know of them?
Yes.
I don't know. It's what we're trying to figure out.
I haven't seen anyone from the cult while I've been in here, but I have experience with them for quite some time. I can testify that I was taken, that I was kidnapped, that I saw all of this.
But the larger problem is who are we telling?
Exactly.
We don't know for sure that
Why are you people even here?
We're in the castle, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Lord Manfred is our enemy, but it does definitely implicate that whatever we were told by that warlock might have been misinformation.
Why are you in this dungeon? Let's start there, maybe.
Oh, well, you see, we infiltrated the Circle of Mirrors, and she found a magical doorknob, and then we found you. And now we're here. I'm pretty sure you watched with your eyeballs as we walked through here.
Was Katarina around for this warlock
No, you
discussion?
didn't.
Okay, I didn't think so.
No.
This isn't really clear to me. What is going on? What you want? I don't even know any of your names, except what I've inferred from conversation. How about you try a little bit more?
I'm sorry, that's terribly rude of me. I am Katarina.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm
So
Soyasa.
So you see the black and white tabaxi? She's like, Luminous! It's here!
Soyasa, nice to make your acquaintance.
And Weston's over, like, at the door in the guard room listening. He's like, yeah, I'm Weston. Thief extraordinaire.
Charmer of the ladies.
And you?
You don't speak for me.
Gleesluth, Nar Adeneth of the Ruaven Nar clan. However, I don't expect you to know Elvish, so you can call me Honeysuckle.
A pretentious name like I thought. I'm Soyasa. I'm a traveler from Imrath. As you might have heard me mention, I was in this wretched city for a couple of days, and I was ambushed in an alley and taken here. I have no idea why or by who. I was thrown into that tank, and then you found me. I haven't seen the cult. I was looking for the cult, but I have not seen them here. Is this useful to you?
I don't know. Don't ask me. Ask Luminous.
It does seem to infer some sort of connection, at least between someone in the Circle of Mirrors and somebody in the castle. We don't know who.
No.
I wouldn't say we were, but some of us, Locke, were absolutely convinced that Kavira was responsible for all of this. And Hargraves was right there, too. These are other individuals you haven't met. They're in our party. They're still back at the circle, hopefully doing a good job of distracting them.
Where's the cake?
All of what? Capturing people and turning them into beasts?
No, not necessarily. Devils have been crossing over onto the material plane with little to no resistance from the Veil, and we're trying to figure out why.
What kind of devils?
Lower devils, as far as we're aware. But supposedly some greater pit fiend than his is responsible for either some of this or all of this to some degree. And it does seem to look like the only thing we can't pin for sure is the influence of the Cult of Domination so far. And it seems obvious that somebody in this place and the other place, or the wizard place, are for sure in league with one another.
So up until this point
Mhm.
with the team, she hasn't seen anything that would trigger any memories about the cult. Like there hasn't been
No.
colors. Like there's nothing.
No, she hasn't
Okay.
seen anything that connects the cult of domination to this directly in any way.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'd love to help more, but all you have is my testimony of what happened to me so far.
Which is why we need that body.
Then get us out of here, little one.
I'm gonna go over to Weston.
Okay.
Can you unlock the door so I can see the sunlight and the cliffside that we're on?
I can unlock the door to let you into the room for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So he just, real quick, pulls out this device, gets in the door real quick, couple of clicks, and you hear it unlock. And he goes, oh, there you go.
So I want to go over to where the sunlight's filtering in, and I want to see just exactly what I'm dealing with on the outside.
So you're looking into a long chamber, 2 stories in construction, very similar to the room that you're in with similar cages. This one seems more sparsely populated than the other room was. And almost everybody in here looks like they're all human for the most part. You don't see anything else that stands out. The light is coming from huge barred windows, like up in the ceiling, on the wall near the top of the room. And there's about 4 of them, 2 on each side, that are kind of, there's beams of light coming down into the room. When you open the door, though, you do pick up the faint smell of maybe the ocean for a brief moment, and some kind of cooler air than the room that you're currently occupying kind of sweep in. But there's still a disgusting kind of rot. And the floor is made of the same kind of stone and cut the same way that the room you're in has been, or the whole section of this dungeon that you've been in. Aside from the fact that the center of the room has what looks like multiple tables, some water, and some scraps food, and it looks like there's almost like these slop troughs that kind of are in the center of it as well. You do see on the very end of the room, the 2 guards that you had already witnessed have made their way all the way to the other side and are currently walking up the stairs to the door.
Okay. So, the windows, they're angled up here at the roof, okay?
Yep.
And that's how the light's coming in, okay?
Yep.
Got it. And there's 4 of them.
Yep, and there's 4 of them, and they look like they're reinforced steel bars from what you can tell.
Can you use your whole little, fancy walk-on-air trick to get up there and take a look?
It would be your last charge of the day for the boots.
I can. It will be the last time I'm able to use them.
Because what I'm thinking is we could, again, I can, work the stone. That way it makes an opening for us to go on out. We just need to see where it is we're going out to.
All right, I'll take a look. I'll go ahead and use the boots again and go look out one of the windows and see where we are.
Just either side? Which side? Because there's 2 on the right wall and 2 on the left wall. It's like a long hallway, almost in similar construction, 2 stories.
I'll go look out the first one on the right.
Okay. Yeah, so you click them and go up there, and you enter the room, and as you're going up, people look at you from inside their jail cell. They're a couple of them rush to the bars and they're trying to see what you're doing, and they start looking, and they start talking to one another, and it starts to get really loud as they're talking to one another, and then you hear a real sudden quiet as you kind of look over and see another individual. This really big, strong looking human man is in this, and he just kind of and everybody just gets real quiet in the chamber. When you hit the top, it's maybe just big enough for somebody to climb through if you broke the bars, and they're double banded, steel riveted bars. It's just big enough for maybe somebody the size of a halfling or a gnome to get through as an individual. But when you look from this side, you do see the bay, Shatterkeel Bay, and you can see the Iron Gate Bridge that protects the bay and separates Rivergate from the opposite side of the Twin Severn River. But you can't actually see the angle of it. You can't actually see the city of Rivergate itself, just the bridge crossing out.
And then looking down from this window, is it just sheer drop down into water?
It's really hard for you to get an angle, but you can hear very clearly the sound of water hitting the rocks, the sheared rocks down below. And the sound of maybe bells and some like traffic, like out in the distance every once in a while over the sound of like the wind hitting the rocks and coming through. You can, every once in a while, you pick up the sound of like the city and the smell of the water and the ocean.
All right. I'm going to look down. Could one of you catch me?
Do you have like rope or something you could tie off to the bars? Maybe
That's a good idea. I do have rope. I will tie some rope onto the bars.
Okay.
And then I will let go of the boots and go down the rope.
Okay, yeah. So you turn them off, and the ethereal stairs like disappear, and you just kind of like dangle there on the rope and just then slide down it. But yeah, there's no complications, and just based on that alone, you're pretty sure that the bars are like, there's no way that you're bending them like out of place.
Right, but the roof is made of stone, right?
Yes, the roof does seem to be made of stone. It's the same kind of construction, the large slabs individually, while the floor itself is kind of like a cobblestone construction.
And the rope she's dangling goes all the way to the floor now?
Well, it goes, did you want it to go all the way down? Because it kind of puts you over the second level balcony that runs alongside. So did you want to go all the way to the bottom, or did you want to go to the second story of the jail?
I would probably go all the way down.
Okay, yeah, so it goes all the way down.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Yeah, kind of, she goes down to the second,
Throws
the rope over and goes all the way down to the bottom again.
So, as long as we scale that rope, I can create an opening in the roof and we can go out that way.
The really big guy that like quieted everybody, is he on the first floor or the second?
He's on the first. He's on the ground floor, yeah.
I think I want to go talk to him.
Okay.
I'm going to go approach him. Hi, my name is Katerina. I wanted to ask you maybe why you're in here?
My name is Bolog. I killed a guard in a street brawl. So now I've been in here for 2 years now.
Gotcha.
Who are you and your friends, and why are you in here?
We were
But
sent
more
on
importantly, how'd you get in here?
It's a very long, complicated story, unfortunately, that I'm not sure we've got time for. Have you seen any devils in here, perhaps?
Kind of takes a close look at everybody he can see. No.
All right. I wanted to see if people were in here like that were innocent. They just took him down here for experiments, I guess. But I guess he's in here for a legit reason. So.
This part might be the normal prison.
Yes.
I have seen lots of prisoners be brought here through the doors that you came from.
I'm going to give him like one of the rations that I have in my bag, just because I don't know if they feed them very well, just as like a thank you for telling us stuff.
Yeah, so he takes it like readily and opens it and starts eating it.
Thank you very much for your information.
He's like, are you going to let us out?
I don't know if that will be possible at this moment, but I promise we will try our best.
Well, is there a way out? Like how did you get into the dungeon? Is there some sort of other alternative way in here?
That way, unfortunately, is no longer accessible.
Why?
It's like we told him Santa's not real. Because he totally is. He lives in the hearts of children everywhere.
Well, long story short, we came through a magical door in the Circle of Mirrors that seems to be connected to this dungeon.
Are you serious?
Unfortunately, yes. Yes, I am.
He kind of looks around because there's a bunch of people at the edges of their cages now, like looking out at him, and he's just like shakes his head, and you can hear the exasperated sighs of individuals like in that section of jails, cells, and he says like, well, okay, I guess I'm stuck here.
I'm very sorry.
I did put myself here, so I can't ask for too much, I guess.
Are these cells different than the ones that were further
They seem
back?
like they're very similar in construction.
Oh, okay.
Each one has an individual lock that's very similar to the ones in the other one.
Start cattle prodding both. Just
The meta prod.
Okay, well, I'm going to see if my idea works. I'm going to begin to climb my way up to the freaking roof, up the rope that she left.
Okay. Yeah, so you can start climbing up towards the ceiling.
Yep, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get up there, and then when I get up there, I'm going to touch the stone. I'm going to cast Stone Shape to make an opening. 5-foot opening.
You're going to cast 5 feet at a time, right? Until you see an opening.
No. Stone Shape, the 4th level spell, where it's like I touch the... And I'm going to make a 5-foot opening.
What I'm saying is you don't know if its stone is more than 5 feet deep. So you're going to cast the spell and hope that...
Because you're not doing it through the window?
Yeah.
Are you doing it to the window? Because the way you said it sounded like you were doing it to the ceiling.
No, I'm doing it right next to the... Because I could see, like, with the window, with the bars, I could see, like, that's not more than 5 feet.
Yeah.
Right?
If you're doing it at the window, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to do it at the window. That's what I'm doing. I'm
Okay.
doing it up there, up at the window. Yeah.
Yeah, so you cast the spell, and the stone begins to, like, melt away and then kind of turn into, like, this almost rock-like dust, and it just kind of crumbles and falls to the ground on, like, the interior.
Okay, so then I want to, like, pull my way on up and see what is it that I see out here.
From the full view, you see, for sure, like, a straight, like, sheer cliffside that above you goes up to what looks like the castle keep. You can see one of the castle like turrets and central and watchtowers on the outside of the keep above you, and you can actually make out what looks like one of the banners being caught in the wind. And looking out to your right, you can see the edge, like the furthermost, like kind of northern edge of Rivergate and its city walls, and you can see ships in the bay going through to the gate, to the bridge.
How high up is it to that turret?
To climb up to it?
Yeah.
35 feet, 40 feet.
This dungeon, that's what I'll do.
You have further down to go than you do up.
Yeah, okay. So... And is there, like, up on that edge, is it, like, it's actually, so it's built up on this cliff edge, but it's, like, I could, if I got up there, I could shimmy alongside the wall, right?
You can't tell. Maybe.
Well, I'll take maybe. Okay. I slide my way back on down. Okay. So I've created an opening. We can take that, or we can take numerous armed guards.
So Boar's like, are you sure you can't let us out?
Upon hearing this, I'm going to lean over to Katarina. Well, you did just let out, like, I don't know, 50 other people.
They seem to be treated so poorly down here.
And these people aren't?
There's so many more of them than I saw in the beginning. I don't know how to get them out of here.
Well, just let them out. They can fend for themselves just like the other 50 are. If they want to climb out the way we are, then they can. Or they can risk armed guards. You're just being equal and fair to
Now,
everyone.
listen to me. You need to get out of here without being identified, correct?
Yes.
I'm assuming that you're trying to get out of here without being caught. Which means you don't want to end up in here with me. And you don't want them to know it was you. Letting us all out and allowing us to attempt to escape seems like the right amount of cover to protect your identities. If they're busy chasing people all along the cliffs or trying to get through the doors and into the keep above, I don't think you could really ask for more of a distraction than that.
Just my big smart.
This seems like a good plan to me.
Well, then continue letting them out and tell all the people run for their lives.
Oh, so now it's okay to let people out.
I don't care. I'm not the one doing it.
I'm gonna turn to Weston and Lemmy. Would you guys help start unlocking cages again?
He's like, I might as well. I mean, I don't want them to end up in the next room and down there in the vats. And he's like, the what? Weston's like, don't worry about it. We're letting you out. Escape. He asked him, he's like, I also just recently was released from this dungeon, but I don't recognize this room. How were you brought down here? The dungeon extends that way past the door. There's another holding area, and outside of that, I was brought in through the side gates and through the garrison, and there's through a connecting tunnel. They wouldn't walk prisoners like us through the court, and the royal court, or through the actual keep itself. We're just under it. As far as I'm aware, this connects to the other garrisons through a centralized, fortified space.
Might that be our best way out then?
Whatever option we want to take. I've just created options, but we need to get moving because there's imps and guards and various other things that if they find us down here, we're going to be in trouble.
Soyas is gonna look to Balrog and say,
When you were brought in, how many guards did you see?
But that was so many years ago, I don't know.
Rough estimate?
Through this area, we see sometimes 5 that come in here at a time, but the living jailers is only the 2 of them, and they live in, as far as I know, in the room next to us here.
There's a stockpile of armor and weapons the way that we just came from. You can arm yourself and help us.
Oh. Okay. Well, that's something different.
Well, it would increase our chances of either escaping or making a real scene in the garrison. And if you're amongst everybody else who escapes, he looks around the chamber. I think there's, I don't know, they took several people out of here last week to hang them, as far as I'm aware. But they should be at least 20 of us in this room. And if you freed other individuals in another chamber next to us, then it should be enough to overwhelm them at least and make them pause.
This sounds better than your fancy hole.
That's fine. I was just trying to do something.
So Weston's like, the cliff is really dangerous. There's hard winds and hitting winds sometimes, and they're not designed to be. I mean, sure, there's probably plenty of handholds and the nature of the type of rock and the way it was formed. I'm sure it's possible, but we go up. Best case scenario, we hit the guard walls and the turrets and the patrols that are active in the keep.
And even if we get out, I can't carry this up a cliff.
and
then
she gestures at the
we
bottom.
go down, and we hope either we can find our way to the walls of Rivergate, the city walls, or we fall and take our chances with the tides, and we take our chances with whatever else lives in the bay.
My vote's to fight our way out. I can survive the fall. I don't know about you guys.
I am not much of a climber, so I would much prefer a different way.
Then let's do it. Cause your jailbreak and let's go. I'm tired of waiting. My life is on the line here the longer we're in here.
You
Maybe
might not
stop
have to do
whining.
any fighting. If you let us go ahead, the chances are they'll be busy dealing with all of us, and they wouldn't even notice you slipping out.
Is it agreed then?
So she's gonna drop the body and just go start working on opening cages.
So Weston and Lumi do the same thing. They start going. They go up to the second level, and they start opening all the locks. And after almost everybody's out, aside from a few chambers where it looks like they obviously are too weak to do anything or leave, or some of them are actually just dead, sitting in their cells or laying in them. Probably dead from, more than likely, some of them from disease. He gathers them all together and tells them the plan. And over the course of like 15-ish minutes or so, they go and gather whatever weapons and arms that they can and bring them back this direction. And they're like, all right, this is it.
Jailbreak.
This is thanks for giving us a fighting chance and a chance to escape. We'll do everything we can to cause a distraction, and we'll, if we can, I guess we'll have to kill as many guards on the way out as possible. And they all kind of head up to the door, and they open it and just flood out, and it's pure chaos for about... They run out there immediately, catching at least 10 guards by surprise, from what you can say, who are busy in the middle of eating meals in the center of this like fortified square room. They catch them off guard and start immediately killing everybody that they come across. They start opening doors, battering them down, breaking down. They get a hold of the keys that give them access to the next set of areas, and kind of just pick and choose and randomly just go for it. And they separate. Eventually, this mob of like 50 individuals kind of splits into smaller groups, and they begin dispersing. You keep your distance, following and kind of just waiting to see who's left. And at various times, you can hear like fighting or something and people dying. And after another 10 minutes of that, you start coming across dead prisoners alongside dead guards and responses, and you can very clearly now hear in like these lower areas like alarms and people yelling and shouting, and you just kind of continue to make your way through until finally you come to a cross section that he described that he was brought through. And it does look like there aren't any doors per se, but there are a couple of gates that you can see through, and it does look like it shears off into a couple of different tunnels that through this process you got to be only 20 feet from like the surface and the actual keep itself.
As far as we know, can we hear anybody ahead of us? Or is it just still like sounds of chaos everywhere?
It all sounds like it's coming from behind you now, all the
Okay.
fighting and everything as you hit this space. And it doesn't look like there's any kind of presence of direct guards here in this space. You don't see any signs of that. There's no tables or living areas. There's no weapons, nothing. It just looks like it's like a worn down natural stone rock cavern of some sort with 3 different tunnels that lead out. All of them kind of seem to go in the same direction, but when you get closer to them and look down, they're lit by these individual torches that go further in. They do seem to, just based on looking at them from this angle, to veer off into different directions at some point. Lumi recognizes them, though, and the construction, and just, I think these tunnels are the same ones that are underneath all the rest of Rivergate. So they probably connect to those, the ones that we used before to get down to the Bonebreaker clan and their stash of weapons and that whole area.
And you know your way through these tunnels?
I don't know it by heart, but I recognize at least that this is more or less, I think, that we've escaped. As long as there are no guard patrols that take our presence in some of these tunnels as strange. We should be able to find our way out. Probably back to the upper district.
As long as they don't question us carrying a corpse.
Yeah.
It's still breathing, right?
It's still alive.
Okay.
It's not a corpse yet.
He would.
Does someone have a blanket or something I could wrap it in? Just in case.
I have a bedroll.
I mean, if we have to, that works.
Common clothes, we can dress it up.
So you're just going to pick one of the tunnels to go down then?
I think we should just pick one of them at least. It doesn't matter which one. The gates only seem to have a simple lock on our side.
Okay.
Then let's go.
Alright, so she goes to the one to the far left and just opens it real quick, drops the lock, and you begin heading down.
Cool.
As you hit the tunnel, though, there's an earthquake. And the cavern begins to crumble and fall apart. And you find yourselves now running down this tunnel as it begins to collapse inwards. And the whole ground begins to shake.
Oh, God.
And it's like the magnitude and strength and power that you've never experienced before. It becomes hard to stand upright and carry yourselves forward as you start going into this tunnel. You look behind you, and the lights and the torches that were lit along the way begin to be snuffed out as the tunnel is now collapsing inwards in a running fashion behind you all. And you finally hit a corridor where after the rock comes slamming down behind you and a burst of like dust and air hits the ground, it finally begins to subside as the aftershocks begin to kick in. But the room you're in now seems to be made strong enough to withstand most of it. Some of the ceiling collapses in, revealing the open sky above. But the open sky above is not something that you recognize.
What?
As you look to it, you see what looks like a giant chain has anchored itself to the ground in the area that you can see. And the sky isn't an open sky. You seem to be looking into a terror, and you see what looks like a hellish landscape on the other side.
Oh, no.
And we're going to take a break.
What did you do to our game?
You're bad luck. What are you doing bringing this shit here?
It's giveaway time. Let's give away that awesome,
Oh my goodness.
awesome mana core from Artisans Guild. It's going to be great. So let's get that set up and get that running while we take a quick little intermission. It'll stay open until we come back.
Close
for
that
our
giveaway.
15
Close that
minutes.
giveaway.
What? Did you start it? What?
Yes,
Oh,
because you have
tickets are set
they
to
can buy
10.
up to 10 tickets.
yeah, we wanted
One
with
ticket,
the
only one
multiplayer.
ticket max.
Yeah. So we're going to get that running. So everybody, it's good times.
Yeah, be patient.
See what happens here. Be patient.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, stay tuned. Yeah, check it out. See what happens.
All right. I'm excited. This is great.
Yeah, it's a good time. So we'll give away that mana core. It's going to be great. And then at the end of the session tonight, we'll give away the Ghost of Saltmarsh and the die jars and the dice.
die jars with the
It's a good time.
dice.
So you're going to want to come back for that or stick around for that. See how everything develops. It's going to be
Is this?
awesome.
I don't know how this looks.
You
because
look
obviously they're
amazing.
online.
Ridiculous.
It's amazing.
It's pretty good.
So once that gets open, we'll hit our break screen. We'll go take care of the things we need to take care of, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. And it's a good time. So just let us know when that kobolds, when the giveaway is ready to go.
Are we good now?
Yep.
Giveaway's open.
All right, giveaway is open. And how do we join
Get
the
on
giveaway?
in there.
Exclamation ticket.
Exclamation
ticket.
ticket.
No need to put ticket one, just exclamation ticket. You'll get
Yep.
your one free one. You on in. If you're a subscriber, you get double the chance.
Yep. So it's open once again. All of our giveaways are open to both subscribers and to followers. So get in there, get your chance to win the cool stuff because you know what, free stuff is great, and it's awesome, and the die jars are really cool.
And
Doing that
we
later,
will
though.
ship it to you unless you're
Yep.
from Quebec.
Yep.
Then
Yeah.
you're
Yeah. Sorry.
just live in the wrong
actually.
spot.
If you're in Quebec,
Move.
do not enter. Move. Okay.
Yeah.
Go somewhere else.
If you're entering this giveaway and you live in Quebec, your priorities are all jacked up.
Yeah. Yeah. Because we can't win. We're not allowed to win.
But we have shipped to to Canada and Europe and stuff like that. So
Yeah, we have done that.
Yeah.
So we have no problem shipping international to get them to you, just only if you're international as far as Quebec.
Yeah, pretty
Sorry.
That's no, we can't do that one.
But yeah, so we're going to take a quick little 15-minute intermission, and we're going to be right back. So we'll see you all again here real short.
And
So,
watch this next clip. It's
Walk-
all done on Incarnate.
yeah,
It looks
this map is made with
badass.
Incarnate, so you get a good look at all the assets and things that you can utilize to make your very own world maps with it, and it's awesome. $25 per year, $5 a month. You own all the rights to it, so keep that in mind, and you should definitely at least go try the base version. So,
That's damn near free.
Yeah.
Wait, the base version is free.
yes. So yeah, we'll be right back. See you all later. Yes, sir. We're good.
Producer man.
They should know.
Oh, hello there.
Oh.
Welcome back. Or welcome us back.
Yeah, welcome us back. We were talking about food that we ordered for dinner tonight, and it was really, really good from play. This is the first time you ate there. Did you like it?
Yeah, it was very good.
Yeah, this
It was
for being like a burger joint. It's. I think whoever they have cooking
Does a good
is
job.
doing a good job managing their burgers because
Yeah.
it's one of the few places I ever order medium rare and it actually feels and tastes like
Yeah.
medium rare.
Yeah, I can
And
bite
it's-
into it and trust it.
Yeah.
It's really consistent.
Yeah,
too.
very every time we've ordered there,
Every
it's been
time.
consistent.
Yeah. That's
Shout out to Juicy's in Reno.
Yeah, Juicy's
Juicy's
in
in Reno.
Not
Locations
sponsored,
are
but feel
awesome.
free to hit us
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, it was good. We love your food. Yeah, it's one of my favorite places to eat now.
we just
Personally-
get all these health problems. It's
Personally-
like, what are you doing? It's like every week I eat Juicy's and Punch.
Don't follow in our
It's
example.
part of my work.
But in my personal opinion, I think Juicy's like their burgers compete with like the Awful for being better.
That's an
Awful.
inside
Oh, they're
burger
awful.
for Reno. So
Yeah.
no, everywhere has their little secret places that have this
Has
awesome
the burger
food.
joint.
Yeah, and so that's the Reno thing in the Nugget is the awful.
But ours is famous.
It's actually been on Man vs. Food.
Yeah.
and on Diners, Dive-Ins, and Dives.
Diners,
Yep.
Dives.
I knew about that one. I didn't know about Members Food.
Dip, dive.
I got it.
Dive.
Yeah, it's the Awful is a great 2 a.m. burger.
Yeah, it is. It is. If Juicy's was open at 2 a.m., I would choose Juicy's over
Actually,
the Awful.
Yeah, that's,
I would.
Over the awful.
Yeah,
awful?
I think
Ooh,
so.
That's tough.
yeah, I would too. When they're hot off the grill, oh, they're so
I don't know.
good.
It's
Maybe
okay.
it's just
Just
because I
mainly-
was
Yeah, just
always kind of a little drunk when I was at
See, that's what I was gonna
Waffles.
say.
yeah.
A giant basket of fries.
I'm not saying that it's
Pretty
not good,
convincing.
but based on whoever's cooking at Juicy's right now, they've been very consistent and they've gotten my burger almost the exact way that I would love to have it every time,
Yeah.
consistently. So
Yeah.
I've not
when it
yet.
comes to consistency and putting a trust in whoever is doing their cooking, I'd be willing to do that versus going to the Awful and like trying to see what it's going to turn out to be like for me that night.
It's like when you find the perfect barber. You go back every time because you
Yeah.
trust their hands, you trust how they cut your hair, everything. So you just keep going back because they're really good.
Terrible analogy.
And Juicy. And Juicy's delivers.
0 out of 10. Wouldn't recommend.
That's
I
Harris.
Counterpoint: Five Guys.
I don't like them.
Really?
I don't.
Why don't you like Five Guys?
Every time I've ever had Five Guys, I felt like some dude threw my burger together in such a rush, it didn't feel like there was any care to my burger. Every time.
He
Mike
didn't
Yeah.
taste the love.
Well, no, there's a certain level of care that comes in the burger, right?
Okay,
You would
SpongeBob.
think, yeah.
No, there is. There is.
Whoa! No, he's right.
There's
Listen
care
to
that
him.
goes into
Yeah.
a burger, all right? The way the meat's cooked, where the cheese is placed, how the bun is placed, whether
How
the
much
lettuce is
condiments,
crispy,
yeah.
how much mustard, mayonnaise, ketchup, or the condiments, you know.
Balances. That's important because some places mustard is all right, but it's really powerful.
It is.
Yeah.
It's
Not measured
overpowered. It's the
appropriately.
vinegar in it. It can overpower. So you got to have the right consistency and
All
makeup
this
of a
food
burger.
stuff is distracting
And
us
anytime
from
I've had it,
being-
it's never felt good. Like I'm just like I'll
Really?
bite into it. I'm just like, yeah, you did this so
you're,
fast.
You're talking heresy because that's a delicious burger.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying the
Thank you.
experience that I've had, I've never had a good burger from there yet.
Heretic.
I think Five Guys is good. I just wish they were less expensive than fucking In-N-Out. And
That-
I think
okay.
They
They
would
are
be
more
highly competitive,
expensive,
You
yes,
know?
It's a
but
way bigger burger.
See,
Not,
And the
not
ingre-
really.
Not
the
really.
ingredients are better.
I can get a 4x4 from In-N-Out.
but it's higher quality
I think
meat.
In-N-Out's
It's
an
more
overrated
meat,
burger.
I think
Yeah.
it's better.
and
Do you
the
know what?
fries.
I mean, I'll just go to Wayback Burger and get their 19 patty monstrosity for the same price as
Yeah, but that's not food. That's a gimmick.
Yeah.
No, that's delicious.
No, you don't enjoy that. You survive that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, you survived to see your 30s.
Well, yeah. You think you do.
But yeah, I like them both. They don't. I err
See?
on the side of In-N-Out
Yeah.
just simply because if price is a point, then I go there.
In-N-Out is the best cheap, like, burger there is. Like, the cheap crap burger, In-N-Out has the best cheap crap burger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey. So two things. A,
I like
the Ken
Devil's
Reaver agrees. It
cheeseburgers
has
for
no
what they are.
soul in the burger. And
The King
Kane-
Reaver is wrong.
Kane, I understand. I am very picky at my food, but I'll eat anything. That's the thing. I love a good burger, but I'll also just put peanut butter on toast and add sugar, and it's delicious.
Yeah, and that's why I question your palate like on a regular basis.
My palate is adaptable.
Let's go someplace nice. All right, it's
Grilled
your birthday.
cheese.
Let's go someplace nice. Grilled cheese.
Yeah, I had a hankering for a good grilled cheese sandwich.
Listen, we do have a chef. We do actually have someone who can settle this argument for us because she is in fact.
Oh, that's true.
chef.
That's
Grilled cheese comes in a variety of awesome concoctions, more than just putting American cheese between two slices
Which
of
is
bread.
still good.
So that's actually complicated.
Yeah.
So I am one of those chefs who, with many other chefs, think that American cheese has its place. American cheese belongs on most burgers and in many grilled cheeses, just like Velveeta or something like that, because that's like classic memories. But yes, there's tons of different kinds that you can make, and you can amp that up to be like a delicious. No, I totally get you. I get that craving too, where I want like a sourdough grilled cheese with like fancy homemade cheese on it, and then like
All
a
I have
tomato
to say
soup.
is, if you want grilled cheese porn, watch that scene from Chef.
That's a really good scene.
There you go.
That's a really good scene.
Well, I just say, listen, I've seen Gordon Ramsay slap together a really awesome, amazingly sounding grilled cheese.
Yeah.
So there's room to go from like you make it at home to a reason to try it at a really nice restaurant.
And isn't there a grilled cheese in LA that I can't remember the place, but they make a gold-plated grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. That's
Yeah, but
mostly
that
a
doesn't
gimmick.
make it
It's mostly a
good.
gimmick.
Yeah, but it's gourmet.
That makes it pretentious.
Since you started me on this, just really quickly, best grilled cheese that you can make is getting this. You need to get sodium citrate. So you can buy sodium citrate on Amazon. You can Google recipes for it. Sodium citrate is just a little fancy salt, and you can mix it with any cheese that you like and turn any cheese that you like into Velveeta. So if you want the best grilled cheese anybody's had, you get some of this stuff, you put it in a pot with a little bit of beer or water if you want, and then put in whatever cheese you like Parmesan, Gouda, just anything. Stir it.
Hey, what are you doing tomorrow?
I know, right?
You want some grilled cheese?
We can make it. You stir it, you put it into a mold, and it makes a Velveeta block that is going to melt like Velveeta, but it's whatever cheese you want.
Nice.
Put that on sourdough, and it is going to blow your mind.
That's so awesome.
And what was that thing you put in it?
Sodium citrate.
See, that sounds like a bomb.
No, it's just
Really?
It sounds like we're making that.
Sounds
You throw this in the pot, you throw this in the pot.
It's meth cheese, man.
The best grilled cheese you ever had in kitchen terrorism.
See, thank you for understanding how good Velveeta cheese is, all right?
Velveeta's amazing. It has its place.
It does.
Yes.
It does.
Fantasy Feast.
That's
We're making that.
That's a very domineering way to say it. It has its place.
Well,
it knows its place.
It's because
Respect it.
many people have shamed me over the years for liking American cheese, and they always wave it in my face. You're a chef, and I'm like, yes.
It melts
but it's-
beautifully.
It melts beautifully. It has a purpose.
Yeah, I agree.
You should just hit
I'm
him
personally a
with the
huge
waving
mozzarella
cheese in your
fan.
face.
I'll eat mozzarella.
Mozzarella is
anything.
pretty. It's funny. I didn't love
violence,
Swiss
but-
cheese until I started cooking buffalo burgers.
Swiss cheese is good too. I like Swiss.
When I started cooking buffalo burgers every day, I tried Swiss cheese. I was like, this is bomb.
Some countries.
All right.
Yeah, I
so
like mushrooms.
without further ado, we've had that giveaway running, so let's pull that giveaway and see who's won.
Lucky winner.
Won that awesome manticore from Artisans Guild, ladies and gentlemen. Germs and jerks, whatever. I don't know. Anything in between.
Never break off sack.
Let's see who has won our awesome giveaway.
We got in trouble last time we actually had the table, so we can do that this late.
You can no longer enter the giveaway.
Giveaway is now closed.
Oh, 2 patty lips!
2 patty lips.
They don't even want
a
the
recent
manticore.
newcomer into it. Awesome. Congratulations.
Congrats.
DM the account with so we can get your contact information and get that out to you.
Yeah, you are the winner of an awesome manticore model, sculpted and designed by Artisan Guild, who's a Patreon that makes 3D printable minis. We 3D printed it. It's great quality. You're really going to enjoy it. I will warn you that some paints don't take the greatest to it, but it's mostly when dealing with cheaper craft paints. But all the main miniature painting line paints and stuff, Games Workshop X, Vallejo, all that stuff,
Especially
Scale
once you do
75,
a
it all works
solid
really
prime
well.
job, yeah.
Especially if you do a solid primer job. But congratulations, we're going to get in contact with us with that shipping information and send it right out to you. Probably within like a week or 2 weeks at the beginning of the month. So,
If you want to whisper
congratulations.
either Legendary Action or the Meta Mic, we're both moderators, so we can take it. Send it Legendary Action so all of us can see it preferably.
Oh, Obscurial, what's going on? I dropped by your stream the other day and was lurking, Obscurial. I don't know if you saw that we were in there, but it was chilling. I was working on my world map and just watching.
Send a whisper to the stream channel or to Panda 2. You should know who that is. If you don't, figure it out.
Well, someone's upset.
We're also
wow.
Yeah, don't tune out now, everybody.
Yeah, don't tune out now. We have other giveaways.
We got more giveaways coming at the end of the night.
We have that's not where they go now.
We have there's 3
Put them where they go.
Thank you.
Die stars for later and a book. There's a book.
Someone clip that so it haunts him for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
Can you do the freaking chameleon like?
Yeah. What are you doing?
That's pretty good. Good idea.
I knew it was coming, but it still got me.
Yeah, so stay tuned tonight for the end of the episode. We got Ghost of Saltmarsh, the adventure module from Wizards of the Coast coming as a giveaway, and the 2 dice jars with the dice sets that come with them, all here at the end of the episode tonight. And plus, it's cool. We just like to hang out with you at the end of the night anyways, so just hang out, say hi, ask us questions, hang out, do stuff.
The dice jars were from Get Baked Poly Customs.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Get Baked Poly Customs, open for commissions. Awesome friend of the show, family member. On that list of people that we say you should check out, and she ships, I think, everywhere.
Yeah, because
she ships anywhere.
Yeah, you pay. It's part. She does custom work. So as part of you requisitioning your custom item, she'll do it to your specs, and then part of that cost is going to be shipping. Kind of thing. So that's built into whatever you get from her. She does a lot of stuff. Talented. All custom. No one else gets it except for you. Unless you don't pay it, then I guess you don't get it.
No pay, no play.
Terrible.
That doesn't mean what you think it means.
Wait.
Believe me, I know.
What does it mean?
Oh, I get it. Oh, I get it.
What does it mean, man?
What does it mean? What do the numbers mean, Mason? Yeah.
Talking to me? What numbers?
So.
Okay.
Oh, and to Patty Lips, you also get a 25% off coupon to Fudge!
Yeah, Fudge Alone Great. I always forget that's like a thing.
Fudge
That's right.
Crazy.
Yeah, Jam, if you're here, you see this, someone send Jam a message and let him know that we were doing giveaways. And
actually,
in there. But
cool.
he has to activate the code for us.
Manticore again? Show Patty Lips what they won?
Yeah, show her what she won. Show her what she won, John.
Oh, no! And the HL Ninja Shark dropping 200 biddies!
200 biddies. Thank you so much. You're an amazing individual. We really appreciate it.
Our bits leader at the end of the night is going to be also getting a special gift from the cast.
Yeah. One of the cast members will send you something kind of personalized, something like fantasy Dungeons and Dragons or something related like that. I sent somebody a copy of Name of the Wind. I don't know what Amanda sent, but what did you send?
I sent a personally customized T-shirt.
Customized T-shirt.
It should be arriving within the next 4 days.
Yeah. And then I think Amanda did some dice that she had gotten from a special event.
Yeah, so she got from a special event. I think it was Gamma, actually. She got dice from Gamma. She sent those out.
Yep.
So something like that would be nice and kind of just...
Now, our current bits leader is Oak Tree, the incredibly generous
son of a gun.
Yeah, friend of the show.
Missing you already, Oak Tree.
With 4,804 bits.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a lot of bits.
That's a heavy crown to be knocked off.
That's a heavy crown to be knocked off by the end of the night.
Followed closely behind with Bemused Bison with 1,500. So it's looking like it's probably gonna be Oak and Sapling over there. Yeah, Sapling is Oak Tree's son.
Big oak, little sapling.
Get it? Tree, sapling.
I think they get it.
Oh, fuck, I get it.
Oh my god!
See, that's why we explain.
After all this time.
We're not being condescending. That's why we explain.
Yeah. He needs the help, I'm telling you. For pennies a day, you can subscribe and help us inform Matt on the things that go over his head. I'm just saying.
Thanks, Dungeon Dad.
You're welcome, Mark.
Dungeon Dad also doesn't mean like...
One day he'll remember me.
Yeah. Remember me. Shoots flames out of its mouth, right? Yes. All right, so back to the game then. Back to the future.
Wait,
as
we're
it
playing
stands.
D&D, huh? We've been talking about
now we are.
We've been talking about fudge and food.
I thought we were going to go make food or something.
I can't remember what we were doing. All I can think of is grilled cheese with Velveeta now.
Yep.
Yeah. I won't do that.
Think of the stretch.
Legendary Action Kitchen.
Oh, there's so many people. We could have a legendary action kitchen so easy.
Oh, yeah.
Don't get Kira started.
So much cooking. We just need someone with a really, really nice
So
kitchen.
much cooking, so
Yeah.
little time.
Have a kitchen with
My
real
boyfriend and I made homemade
That's true.
carbonara for lunch today.
Yeah, we need a
It's an open concept.
We need a kitchen set. Is what we need.
We can. I have no idea what I missed. We can.
No, hold on. You're just making fun of me because my house has the walls all blown out.
Yes! Yes!
Hey,
What did you? Why?
what have you done with your house? Oh, that's right. You don't have one.
Oh my goodness, the freedom of no mortgage.
Oh, are you paying rent so someone else can get rich? You're welcome.
Why are your walls
I'm
blown out?
investing in my equity, you son of a bitch.
Someone will buy my blown out walls house eventually.
You shut up.
Yeah, String, for some insight, every time the cameras go off, he goes, "Man, this house, ugh."
Kool-Aid man over here blowing out walls.
Oh, yeah!
Oh yeah, this
There
is
is
my house.
There is video of me doing that actual thing. Yeah.
There's
Wait,
video of
now
it?
I need to watch this.
Yeah, why is that on?
I need to reach out to
I
your
don't-
friends
I don't have
then.
it.
Get it.
My nephew might have it.
Get it.
Find
Yeah.
it! Come on, Mark.
So D&D.
You're such a disappointment.
We gotta get him back in the mindset.
I know.
Method Karen, method Karen, method Karen, method Karen.
All right. I need to speak to your manager. I need to speak to your manager.
Stretch it out.
No, don't you start this, man. I'm having flashbacks. Don't you do that.
Who are you exactly? Who are you exactly? Who are you exactly? Just trying to get the right pitch here. I'm going for know-it-all bitch.
Oh my god.
This is why it bothers us whenever you miss an episode. You're actually funny. Oh god. Rowan doesn't seem amused though. Laugh, you son of a bitch.
I want D&D. I want to see it.
Alright, let's play.
Yeah, we finally get to sit back and watch.
Screen of grilled cheese as we sit back.
Strap in, you sons of bitches. It's gonna get funny.
Well, great. Now I have an expectation.
Well,
You have quite the act to follow.
fuck,
So.
now I'm under pressure.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Alright. Alright, back into the game. Alright, serious time. Alex, shut up.
Let's do it.
Okay, so the three of you, when we last left you, were being basically led to, apparently to either Kavira's like personal workspace or her library, whether it's the however much space she occupies. You're not necessarily sure. Less than likely her actual sleeping chambers, but more than likely a common space that she handles dealing with guests or other wizards outside of that. You're led down a wide, long corridor about the length of the what feels like almost the length of the entire structure of the circle of mirrors, and then finally you're led to like kind of a wide staircase that leads up to a single door, and the individual who has led you there just kind of steps aside out of your way, and just kind of points to the top of the stairs.
Perfect. You can go now.
And he just nods and turns and walks away, continues down.
We go up. Where he gestured.
Yes, sir.
As we're walking up the stairs, I'd like to lean forward. Why have you never been this demanding before? We get so many things done. As I lean back.
I make sure no one's looking. I'm actually deeply uncomfortable with all of this.
I was going to say, you fit right in. It is disturbing.
I don't like it at all.
Good, you are scaring me.
I try to be a people pleaser.
I lean back and just continue following.
That's a change.
Oh, fuck!
The blade is so deep.
It's been twisted. This bleeding will never stop.
Fond memories of Riken and Voss.
Oh, Voss never had much of a chance to interact with anybody. He kind of just died and then disappeared, apparently.
Yeah, he's doing better things.
Sure. Anyway, yeah, we go into that room.
All right. So, as you you open like and swing the heavy doors towards yourselves, this splits like right down the middle, and you see what looks like a large common room and common space. The quarters seem more or less in decorum, or not decorum, but decor and design. Everything seems more or less befitting a mage of her status, a wizard who is in charge of overseeing dozens of wizards throughout the Shattered Coast who owe allegiance to the Circle of Mirrors. There's racks of potions and strange magic curiosities all along the walls, and skulls of strange animals and beasts adorn them as well. Things like large tomes or animated creatures kind of just moving around the bits, like up in the shelves inside jars. There's like bottled lightning and other mundane magical items, and wands and wands and spell scrolls encased in these display pieces. There's also more, like almost more old books and tomes than you've ever seen in any single collection outside of an actual library. It's just wall to wall books and tomes and studies. She has what seems to be a really large circular desk space that has just stacks of these books on them, open in various areas, bookmarked. Outside of that, though, most of it seems fairly organized. It's clean. Everything is shined or buffed, gold lined or silver platinum lined on the edges of all the desks, and the chairs are made of this very comfortable looking leather composition. There's one singular large, wide fireplace near like the back of the room towards the outside, where it leads to, beside that is an open balcony that it seems has like these really ornate and colorful like glass window slots in it. There's a vaulted ceiling tops it with a wonderful painted, probably not likely by her, but this amazing mural of all the different kind of what you think are all the gods together in this space, looking down in the center of the room. You hear like a strange squawk. It sounds like it's an owl, but there's like a metal ring to it as you kind of see this large metallic looking owl sitting on a perch off the corner side of her what looks like a private kind of reading cubby next to the fireplace. As you kind of enter the room and just inhabit the space and looking at these different objects and items, you notice that there are, out of dozens of books on the center around on the tables, one in particular space seems to look like it's been being utilized the most as of late. And on that table, there are at least a dozen different books discussing dragons, their anatomy, mating habits, their ecology, personalities, and even some of them speculative guesswork on the names of great and ancient dragons that are either thought to be alive or thought to be living in the world at this time. There's also a large historical compilation of the Dragon Wars of Takesis and the creation of Dragon with Bahamut and Tiamat splitting from Orobarion the Titan when he was slain. There's poems and interesting descriptions about them, their kind, and the places that they inhabit in the world. As well as, you can't see for sure, but it looks like a set of correspondences between Kavira and other wizards from different circles compiling information together. And there's a really interesting drawing that you see there as well. And it looks like a sketch of a first-hand account of an item that you've never seen before in person. You're not really sure what it is. It looks like a glass orb of some sort, and it has what looks like the claw of a dragon would be holding it, sculpted on the outside of this glass orb. As you kind of flip through that, you see that there's more of these first-hand accounts, and it looks like there's at least 4 or 5 of these orbs that she's been investigating.
Oh yeah, so I'm standing at her desk, just looking through all these papers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm making myself comfortable looking at what she's been into.
I'm gonna.
We're not in her presence as of right now, right?
Not as far as you're aware.
Could I actually go over to the dragon anatomy things, where all the stuff about the dragons was written down?
Sure.
Can I thumb through it and like read it?
What languages do you read?
Oh. I don't know off the top of my head. I really don't know. Probably only 2.
It appears these
More than likely.
scribbles are some kind of
It's
language.
not unpredictable.
And one of them's common.
Oh, it's under the one that says languages, huh?
Yep.
Well,
Common, Draconic, and Giant.
It's written in Elvish.
so I don't recognize most of the writing either then, but I'm looking for anything that might be in Dwarvish or Gnomish, Common, Giant, you know.
Yeah, the drawings and inscriptions seem to be first-hand account. They're written in Common, discussing what they look like and the theorizing around them. You don't pick up any names of anything specifically, but rifling through the Gnomish, the Dwarvish, and some of the tomes, which have obviously been collected very carefully over her tenure as either the length of life she's had as an over 300-year-old elf, and however many years she's been in charge of the Circle of Mirrors. But you put together a lot of this relevant information because there's sketches and drawings. It's not hard for you to look at it and be like, well, I mean, that's like a cutaway of the scales and the anatomy and the placement of the heart. So even if it's written in Elvish and you can't read it, you're 100% convinced that that's probably what it is.
Sure.
I would like to, as I step through the room and walking across and near some of her study areas, I would like to sniff for any scents that are like earthy or sulfuric.
Okay. Make a perception check. Yo.
I didn't roll that great. But
Story
I'm
of your
good at
life.
the perception. 15.
15. Yeah, you don't smell anything. You pick up the soft smells of like lilacs and lavenders and certain things like that, and of just old tomes and books.
Mm-hmm.
You can smell that the fire hadn't been recently burning within like the last 24 hours, more than likely.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from that, yeah, there's no sulfur, nothing that feels like out of place. Just
Yeah,
kind of slight,
like maybe I might smell something that might be hidden, kind of things. I don't smell anything.
No, you don't smell anything outside of that.
I would like to go through because he's looking at the other paperwork. Do I recognize those orbs that he saw?
No.
I'd like to try like riffle through. Is there any like draconic markings or anything written in draconic on the notes? What is she doing? What is she doing looking through all of this about dragons? One does not look at them so lightly.
Lots of people do. Dragons are fascinating.
Yes, but this is a different degree. She is studying everything about them. Their weaknesses. Look, the scales, it tells you where the heart of a dragon is.
I see here it says it's underneath the third mandibular rib.
That information generally only comes after you've either killed one or you stab it in its heart, which means it came from somebody.
Don't jump to any conclusions. She's an old and powerful wizard. Dragons are powerful, magical beings.
He has reason to be concerned, especially if the Bolt of Domination have something to do with this. As I flip through and actively read the book.
Do you speak Elvish?
All I'm trying to say
Interesting.
is that it's just a book of dragons in a giant private library of a very powerful wizard. It means nothing so far.
Did we not hear about the dragon this morning?
Is anything leaping off
Yes.
these pages at me as I read Elvish?
Just as I read Elvish, jab, jab. What do you mean, like, jumps out at you?
The particular chapters like that she was looking at most recently.
Of which books, though? Which ones?
Of the ones that are splayed out on her
desk.
Which one?
There's multiple books.
Yeah, there's lots of these different books.
Are you talking about the one with like the orbs on them? The one with talking about the dragons, or?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look for
We
something.
have mating habits, ecology, personalities, anatomy, lists of dragons that are thought to be alive and gone.
Lists
There
of
are
dragons.
Lists of dragons. Can you make a investigation check?
I can definitely do that.
Don't.
I can't guarantee how high or low I may roll, but I can roll. I rolled low. I rolled a 7.
Some of it is some of the information seems to be contradictory in the way that she has it laid out. She's trying to. It seems like she might have been trying to kind of go through these old tales and these folklore tales and first-hand accounts of seeing these dragons. Over the information seems to compile almost 1,000 years worth of sightings and information kind of all put together, and she's trying to it seems like she's trying to cross-reference what actually is versus isn't identified. On the list you see what looks like a dragon named Fensalar, who's an ancient copper that supposedly is living on the Leor coast. You find you also see very specifically, she has circled what looks like 3 in particular. Most of the information brings them to what looks like an ancient red named Andrakar living in the kilns. There is an adult green dragon named Riven whose whereabouts are unknown, and then the ancient black dragon Vitanus, who is unknown but is thought to be alive in the black swamps of Heral, still to this day. And she seems to have circled around those 3 in particular.
It seems as though she's trying to hunt dragons. Or at least narrow down which ones are still around and where they're at.
What are the names and what are the locations?
Oh, is that really that
Yes.
important?
It is absolutely important.
Oh.
The locations as dragons is always important.
Well, looks like a couple of them are unknown, but it looks like one's off the Leor coast, some ancient copper dragon, Fensalar something, and then there's one. The only other one I see here looks like it resides within the Black Swamp, an ancient black dragon, Viltanus. But the records seem to be a little sketchy.
Do I recognize any of those names?
You've heard Vitanus before. There's a bard song that's sung about her here in the Heral region. You've heard it before in taverns.
The other ones, they don't have locations, just names and colors.
Actually, make a history check, Hargreaves.
I can make a check. I can't say how high or low it is. I can because I just saw how low it was.
Yeah.
It's pretty low. It's not the lowest I've rolled, but it's an 8.
You remember someone mentioned. You're not necessarily sure 100%, but you believe that Vitanus was mentioned when you were in Fort Clayton.
Just put this in my little notes.
That either her lair was in the swamp or at Periton Peak, and you're not sure which one.
Well, seeing that he can actually read the Elvish, and there's clearly much more Elvish writing than anything else, I kind of leave her to it.
Mm-hmm.
I want to look around the room for scrolls or
like spell scrolls or just scrolls?
Spell scrolls. Just curious. I'm sure in this place where she would just let people hang out, there isn't any, but
There's some spell scrolls in display cases off, like on the kind of the left-hand side of the room. Also with like some display armor and stuff from. It looks like it's was probably made in the Sylvan Kingdom in Mendrathis. It's gold and crimson, gives it away as a Blood Elf's warrior's attire.
Can I look around the room and see?
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's fair. I would like to look around the room and see if there's any more like draconic symbols or anything else like related to dragons around the room.
I mean, it looks like there's probably a skull of like a wormling dragon up on one of the shelves, but aside from that, there's nothing else that specifically stands out as like draconic in any way.
She does not seem to have too much of a fascination. She just has the wormling's head. I don't see anything else on the walls, or anything else that would tie her besides the books and her current studies.
Yeah, well, maybe this is tied to the cult of domination in some way. Obviously, they worship dragons, as I set the book down.
They want them to gain their power back and rule again. They are idiots.
Yeah, but one thing does strike me as slightly odd. Maybe it's to keep up appearances, but that, as I point up at the portrait of all the different gods that are kind of looking down upon the room, she was involved with some sort of devil magic. Would she really be so flagrant as to portray the gods over her own?
Is it a sorry?
Room?
Why not?
Is it a painting or is it like a?
It's a mural.
A mural,
Yeah.
so painted.
Yeah. Either by her, someone on her behalf, or it's been there since the circle was founded. You have no idea.
Is it all the gods?
Yeah.
The warlock indicated that it was a possession of a high-ranking individual, so maybe she doesn't. Maybe she's not here.
It I don't know. I don't feel like this is all too. It all feels convenient.
Well, in the order they teach us Elvish, mainly because elves live so long, and they seem to do a lot of recording of very specific things. So it really comes in useful in situations like this where you're trying to decipher ancient lore. Maybe she has some sort of planner or schedule or personal notebook. Look around.
Not here in public. This room, impressive as it is meant to look impressive and be impressive, but not really show more than she would like to. So
You think this is a fake distraction?
I think that this room won't have any answers, but we may find a way to the room that does.
So it is like you. You have everything that you kind of care about with you, but your true possessions are away from our prying eyes.
Of course.
What's he talking about? Your true possessions?
And I reach in my sleeve and pull out the little miniature chest.
Hidden from view. It lasts longer that way.
I see. Right side, look at this. Does this interest you lot? As I point at the mechanical owl thing.
Yes.
It's kind of like a bird view, right?
I mean, it's not even close, but yeah, it's impressive.
I just thought it might be of some kind of interest.
So I go over and inspect it a little more. Is
Make an Arcana check.
purely clockwork, or does it have like?
We'll find out.
On this week's episode of
Rolling Dice. Yes.
You guys stole our luck!
You said Arcana, right?
You guys rolled so freaking high!
No, you just having a bad luck. Matt's rolling normal.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody. Feeling real good. I got a 20.
Got 20?
Damn.
Yeah,
it
it looks
has a
like
high plus.
it looks like it's mostly like mechanical and clockwork in its design. It has all the telltale marking signs and machining signs of it coming from the Osmog guilds.
Unfortunately, Kimma, he already has it.
So inspired.
So
you'll have to, if you want, you can give it to someone else. Or we can refund it.
You know what? I give the owl a little tap. Just ting, ting, ting.
Yeah, it's just like, and just turns and looks at you.
Huh. But
And then just like kind of does, it goes through the motion of like raising its feather, its wing up and like pretending like it's kneading it and then like looking
she
at
got
you.
the die.
Oh, she got the die, so you gotta pick someone else again.
so convincing.
Oh, better.
It seems like it's all clockwork.
You think that you might? Look, this is a bedroom, right? Like bedroom type room.
No, it's like a private library study.
It's more of a study.
What was her name again?
Kavira.
Kavira? Is there a chance she's already in the room? You wizards like to play hide and go seek.
Well, I did first meet her. It seemed like she came out of nowhere.
Kavira, if you are in the room, could you come and join us, please? I just say that out loud.
Do you sense a presence?
This room is cleansed.
No, she's not in here. What she's doing is responding to what I was doing and making us wait.
So a power move.
Right. Like when I told the acolyte that he was not really worth our time and to go get someone that mattered. It's the reverse. She's showing us that we matter less than her.
Well,
It's a give and take.
you could flip it around and just go real hardcore and flip the room.
Let us not
I
do
don't think
that.
that's a little extreme, but we should be looking for something. So a door or a compartment, or if she might have something hidden in here, but it won't be out in the open.
Can I go up to the portrait of the gods?
Do whatever you want.
You son of a bitch.
And no, you really can't because it's a vaulted ceiling.
It's like it's
Oh,
like
it's the
it's a
roof.
ceiling
Oh, okay.
panel.
Dude, you and me and roofs just don't correlate, man.
Yeah.
Just don't correlate, man.
Yeah.
Does she have a bookshelf, a library?
The whole room is a library.
The whole-
No, I meant like. Okay, never mind. You know
The whole
what?
thing is a
Is
bookshelf.
the couch or chair that was in there? The really nice.
There's a
library?
couple of them. Yeah.
Is there? Do I feel like any of those could hold me? Relatively.
None of them are designed for you. All the furniture seems designed with her in mind specifically, in the proportions of an elf.
Never mind. As I just look up at the ceiling.
Let me help you.
Nope. Unfortunately, it seems that I've forgotten things
Any wall that has a window goes to the outside. Probably not a hidden door there, unless it's magical. Which would be pretty neat, but and possible here. But let's start with more mundane things. Work our
Magic
way
is
up.
included. Everything is possible. You have shown me this.
I'm saying start mundane and work your way up.
Decorations that look like they could be levers of some sort.
Should I just break a desk? Maybe she'll come faster.
No.
No. I look for decorations that look like they could be levers.
I mean, there's decorative sconces and stuff holding a variety of different
I start
candles
yanking
in the
them.
room. Well, one of them comes right
I've
out.
watched-
It comes off the wall. Like, you break it right off.
Not this one. I've seen Scooby-Doo, people. I've seen Scooby-Doo.
You gonna go through all the books, too? Just
Yeah.
I'd like to walk
I
into
am
one of the
thorough.
chairs, seeing him rip a sconce off. I'd like to lift the chair. Does that mean that we are breaking now?
Oh no, put it down.
But he broke a sconce. Is it? It's.
It was an accident. I thought it might be a lever. Maybe.
I put the chair back down.
I know you can
I'm glad
detect
our job is
magic.
to
Maybe
make a
there's a
distraction and not be particularly useful.
lock. I know you can detect magic. Maybe there's some sort of
That's
magical,
Alright, give me some
invisible thing helps us find stuff.
We'll be blinded by magic in this room, I'm sure of it. So I just start the ritual for detect magic.
Okay. Yeah, so as he's tearing through sconces and books and just going through everything he can, and you eye Godric as he's like lifts up a chair, looks under it, puts it down, and is moving through the room.
I'm gonna
walk
Rugs and trapdoors. We move the rugs.
I want to move back to all the notes about dragons and stuff.
Uh-huh.
I want to read everything I can that's in common.
Okay.
So like the personal accounts, all that stuff.
Okay. Yeah, so you cast detect magic, and voila, there's a lot of magic in the room. So most of the strongest forms of magic
It's
are
like I turned on night vision in that
yeah.
bright room.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. So most of the strongest sources of magic are coming from various the scrolls and the wands and rods in the display cases. Even the armor appears to be magical. There are other sources like some very minor magical signals kind of coming from like the owl, and there's some other places like the fireplace. There seems to be some magic emanation coming from there, and there also appears to be what looks like probably more than likely either an arcane lock or or an alarm spell attached to the balcony door that leads outside, as well as what looks like a section or space of wall near one of the racks of books. Bookshelves.
While he's looking around, I walk up to the owl and I say, "Hey, boy, see any secret passages? Where's the secret passage?
Just squawks at you. Just
Where's the secret passage?"
So I go to the wall that.
Bye, Max!
You're so handsome.
Yeah, you can't escape.
And you'll never see it, everybody. You'll never see it.
So
Because even if he comes in
I
and
go
guest
over
stars,
to the
he'll
wall
never tell you.
that is conspicuously magical for some reason, and
Malachi says bye!
just inspecting it.
Yeah.
Outward appearance, it's just a regular old wall.
It's a regular old bookshelf.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mage hand and tap you on the shoulder. Hey, come on. I mage hand
That was real, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
mage hand and pick those up and put them back on for you.
Yeah.
Apparently you use reading glasses now.
Yeah. Apparently.
Yeah, you used to be like,
Dude, big ass Goliath. with
I
these-
still can't read
there you
Elven.
go. Oh, wow.
I like the idea that you made them
They
from.
camouflage with the wall.
They did.
Alright.
You see him kind of pick him up.
I mage hand you from across the room and tap you on the shoulder. Over here. And Hargraves.
Yeah.
What is it?
I'll
As
see
I
you.
walk up to you, looking down at the papers, I
So
was
I
reading
wanna-
this.
Before I utilize the muscle, I want to see if anywhere on this bookshelf I can see like a switch or contraption that might
muscle.
Yes,
unlock it.
we got the muscle.
We have
two
muscles.
Or if there's hinges
No, we
on
have
it
a big
that might
muscle.
swing open.
Big
Okay.
muscle.
Make an investigation check.
And with our powers combined, fusion muscle.
I'm down. Two Goliaths fusing, that makes one giant.
So
Good thing my intelligence is
You make one giant.
that would be a 12.
12.
Mhm.
There aren't any. It doesn't seem like there are any obvious, like outward mechanical devices or anything that would. You don't see any strange seams that would allude to
How
like
about,
a wall being there.
Scuffs
or-
on the floor, like
No.
it swings open or anything. So
Didn't this work in one of the temples? As I reach up and I slowly just not pull them off, I just tilt the books in groups and put them back.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Alright. That's a bad dice.
they're all bad dice tonight.
13.
You go through like a few of them intermittently and then get kind of bored and give up on going through all of them because there's
She's
a
not
bunch.
that tall. She's not that tall.
Yeah.
You do it.
maybe there's a magic word.
I
This
just-
is a wizard.
Try just pushing it. There's something on this wall.
I give it a push.
So as you push, there is a little bit of give on the wall.
I push more.
It begins to push back even further.
I help him
I
push.
push even more. I like push it.
Yeah. So as you lean into it and put work into it, you see that there is actually what looks like underneath the floorboards in the room is almost like it's connected to like its own sliding mechanism. So as it's being pushed out, it's pulling the floor with it.
Oh,
Yeah. So you eventually push it until it goes as far as it can, and you go into this, look around this bookshelf into this room. And what you find is a very similar in design, very well designed, made, and funded workshop, like a private workshop, very similar to Matthias's workshop in the room.
That was surprisingly easy to open.
she's probably inside.
She's probably alarmed.
Should we shut the door?
It's too late. I didn't dispel it.
I just push the door open all the
Or
way.
identify it.
Mhm.
But we're here to investigate, so we're investigating, right?
Are you decent? No, I'm kidding.
We have permission from the Lord to do what we need to do. And if she objects, fine. We're not here to really achieve much other than distraction. So.
Lord help her.
I walk.
No, may the Lord help you guys.
I walk in to the workshop.
Yeah, I walk in. I go in.
Okay.
I just go in.
A lot of the same devices and such that you saw in Matthias's are similar machinations are here. Obviously not all the exact specifics, but she seems a great deal more interested in it appears that offhand, from what you can recognize, she seems a lot more invested in potion making and alchemy than Matthias was. So there is just tons of strange tubes and vats and interesting components, like all throughout this workspace.
So I'm gonna rifle through notes. I'm assuming most of it is encrypted or coded,
Or an Elvish.
not even in a language.
Yeah. Most of it you don't recognize any of it. And
Do I see? Does she have like a dedicated like desk, work desk, away from the
make a perception check.
away from the chemistry of it all? God damn it!
Do better!
Do better!
Dang it!
It's a good thing my intelligence high. I should be doing the investigating.
You're smart enough to know better? Is that what you're saying?
Shut up.
I'm on a roll, everybody.
That there's an 11.
Wow.
Yeah.
So impressive.
I
You
know.
should have seen what he rolled. It is impressive.
I rolled a 6. Modifier's 5. Because my intelligence is high.
So high.
Wizard.
Wizard.
What?
Alright, so I'm looking for where she's actually going to be like taking like notes after an experiment.
Yeah, it does look like there's a space for that. It's a fairly organized and very clean workspace, and it doesn't look like anything is. She doesn't have anything out at the moment. There's no like notebooks or paperwork that's kind of just spread anywhere.
Alright, so it's a desk.
It's like several desks.
Okay. I just start kind of opening drawers that are if they're there, and pulling them all the way out and like looking into the drawer shelf and turning them over to see if there's little compartments. Just
Okay,
kind of
make an investigation check.
do better. You know, I don't subscribe to that shit, but whatever.
Watch this.
You failed me enough. No, it's worse. Damn it!
Damn you,
You
Don!
tip the fates every time, and it happens
I
every
just
time.
keep getting lower.
Remember that time you got petrified? When will you learn?
Wow, twice.
I got petrified 3 times.
3. Once in one combat, twice in another one.
Twice with one
3
character.
times
Yeah.
petrified.
The beholder's dead. It can't hurt you no more.
That's a lie. Touch them dice.
So what'd you get?
I got me a 9.
A 9. You're absolutely like everything seems extremely mundane and conventional in design, and there doesn't seem to be any kind of secret or hidden compartments or anything. Nothing is directly hidden, and it all is just very much just alchemical work.
Right.
You recognize all the components, and
So I don't happen
it's all
across
standard.
anything that's, you know, incriminating either.
No.
Neat. Alright. I just put everything back in its orderly fashion. What have you two been doing over here?
I've been standing here watching you.
Oh.
As you look
Was it
over,
exciting?
you see
I'm
the
trying not
other
to.
portion of the room totally upturned. I'm actually like searching through stuff because vats and potions. I'm looking for anything that looked or reminds me of the
potion.
Lord's son and what he was making and how he was like going kind of nuts. So I'm looking for similar looking potions,
Okay.
maybe similar like infernal script or notes like that isn't in her own encryption, whatever, how to verbalize it,
Not
her
encoded.
own code.
It's not in her. It's not
Yeah.
encoded.
I'm looking for other code or other references or anything that looks like those potions that he was brewing. Trying to brew.
Okay, make an investigation check.
I feel inspired! Damn it! I'm not inspired!
What is happening?
You know, at least we didn't have this problem.
Yeah, that's true.
We kind of broke,
you
went
guys
through
were
everything we
high.
could.
What was going on?
They really needed to get out of
9.
there.
They took only
9.
What they did.
A 9?
9. I got a 1 and a 9, and it's a +0. I'm less inspired
I'm
now.
sorry, everyone. We're really trying. We're putting our heart into this. And this
Most of it seems well
It's
outside
coming
of the
out
scope of your understanding of alchemy in general.
Mhm.
But you do actually recognize some of the work. And some of the work actually looks like she is or has replicated the why can I not remember what that word is? The genome serum for making blood hunters.
What? Unacceptable!
But more disturbingly, alongside those notes, she apparently is thinking to herself that blood hunters have a limited time lifespan that is running out for how they're made at this point. There's some sort of defect in the trial and the system in which they're made, and she's trying to identify what that is. And then you see a list of experimentations, and on the list of participants and experiments, you see the Fayer Conclave and Oriana listed.
This is disturbing. She has bats and stuff, so I'm assuming there's some empty vials and stuff laying around. Maybe something I could bottle this up in, or like I could take some of her samples. Just take some samples.
Well, there's nothing there, anything that it just says that she has reproduced.
Oh, so it's not like there's like
No.
glowing purple.
No.
Ooze.
No, she
Order
has,
juice.
yeah, she has plenty of empty like glass vials of various sizes and stuff available.
Okay, but there's no samples. It's just more her documentation or the documentation of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Still, it's disturbing. I start confiscating her notes.
Okay.
What I found.
Like all of it, or just some of it. Like,
It's proprietary order technology.
yeah.
I have to protect the company's secrets.
Yeah.
He has a
You don't want to go to you don't want her going and founding her own blood hunters.
So you look over as you see Hargraves like start folding up and closing up a couple notebooks and
What's that?
stuffing them into his bag.
What is all that?
It's not relevant. It's not what we're looking for, but it is important. It should be in her hands.
What does that mean? Everything against her can be incriminating.
It has to do with the order.
Oh, your order?
Possibly worse than that. Some of our secrets seem to have spilled out.
Is that enough to warrant incrimination against her?
It's not a law of the land kind of thing. It's no good for the orders themselves, but I have someone I really want to talk to now.
Then what do? We haven't found anything. Do we just wait now?
I'm sure. Yeah, she'll show up soon.
Actually, can I trust you?
Of course.
You know that chest?
Oh,
If I get caught walking around with her notes, that could be even more problems.
yeah. I put the chest on the ground and just kind of use the staff to tap it. It grows to a full-size chest. It's like a 5 foot long, like 2.5 foot tall trunk.
If some of this is true, I may need your help.
I mage hand it open.
But we'll talk about that when we're done with this mission. As I neatly put it away in
Inside, there's quite a stack of gold and other valuable things.
I just put it in there.
I mage hand the trunk closed, and it does this intricate sequence on the lock, and then it starts shrinking. I reach down, pick it up, and put it back in my sleeve.
It's still not what we're looking for.
And we're probably not going to find it. We should probably just wait for her and confront her. At this point. What else do we do? We have nothing. The things that are there we cannot read. None of us are, well, you are, but me and him, we are not smart enough to read any of this.
Well, I mean, you found something.
True.
Your lessons are getting much better. You're improving. I think it's because you haven't been hit in the head in a while.
I have a feeling the time is coming close.
It's
And,
always a little close, though, isn't it?
How snug is the design of this room? Are the walls like cubby holes necessarily aside from on furniture itself? Is it like a pretty straightforward like rectangular style room?
Yes.
So is there any like out of the way stuff we might have missed? Is basically what
It doesn't seem like it. It's very clean. It's very organized. Isn't any. It doesn't seem like there's any room for clutter, or she just doesn't tolerate it anyway in this alchemical workspace. So there's a place for everything, and everything is in that space.
Oh, this is
The tool
disappointing.
shed looks like none of the tools are used.
yeah. It's not like we have free reign to just steal from her.
No, we don't.
We have one wizard we've stolen from. Let us not make us two.
We didn't steal. We borrowed.
Maybe we should just go back up and see what else we can find. Maybe there's another room.
There could be. This one was totally interior, right? It didn't have like windows to the outside.
No, it was completely interior. There's no outside. There's no windows and there's no sources of light outside of the magical lights in the room.
I'm really hoping the other group is faring much better than we are.
How bad could it be?
Do you think this investigation might be taking too long up here? Maybe we should make more of a stink? What if they're given too much time and the other group gets found out?
It's already done. We just have to assume that's not going to happen. And besides, they have a way to contact us if things go terribly wrong.
Well, I mean, part of our job here is to occupy them, right?
Right, and we are. I'm telling you, she's just waiting around because I was rude and now she wants to put us in our place.
You think so? Or maybe she's
Or she's letting
caught
us.
on.
She definitely knows we're in this room and she still hasn't showed up, so she has nothing to hide in this place. We need to just pretend. We need to continue our investigation and keep our friends from being noticed.
Well, where's the next part of the investigation? Short of just waiting around and
We should wait for her.
wait?
Yeah. Bringing her to us means she's not where they would be.
Yeah, but we're not bringing her to us. We're standing around hoping that this is a power play.
Godric,
Yes.
do you see the very fancy glass doors out to that very nice balcony?
Yes, what do you need?
There's another alarm spell on it.
I walk up and boot it.
So you leave the alchemical room.
I leave
Workshop
the alchemy
and go
room
back
and walk
to
into
the
the normal
common room?
Yeah, I walk back into the common room.
I calmly walk behind him and then go take a seat at her desk again and start just going through books again.
Okay.
I kind of
Okay.
when I'm done skimming through one that isn't particularly interesting, I just mage hand another one off the top of the stack and put it in front of me and see what it's about.
I walk over and I casually lean on the desk as I wait, uncomfortable with this plan of approach.
So, what, do you want me to open it, break it down?
Break it down. That'll probably get her attention.
Yeah,
Break it?
It means open it forcefully, not destroy.
You don't have to destroy the doors. Just pick
I
them up.
walk up and I attempt to just open the door and see if they open from the inside.
So you're gonna pull on them, or you're looking to see if they open inward. First.
I'm
which
gonna
one?
grab them and attempt to just open.
Okay. Yeah. So you walk over to go to the door handles and pull on them. You hear her voice. I hope that you find what you are looking for in some way whatsoever.
I hope so too, and I hope you'll help us. Mage hand goes into the coat, and I look around wherever she is, and then the mage hand takes the real note from the Lord to her.
So as you look around the room, you don't see her directly.
So it's just floating there.
So you know you have the authority to be here, or at least you're being granted that accommodation, but I might not feel inclined to stop the Soulless Guard from slaughtering you if you break the alarm spell. I'm not required to, so open it at your own peril.
Well, we got her attention. That was the goal.
But I want to open it now. No, sorry. I let go and I step back.
It's a smart choice.
Invisibility, magic mouth. Do we see you in person?
So, as you kind of broach that subject, you do see like the veil of a hood come down, and see her head appear from behind it, and then slowly but surely, like a bit after another, from like that blonde, elven, fair face and hair downwards, it starts to change from being invisible to being her in these almost very glamorous and almost gaudy to a point, like wizarding robes that are trimmed in this beautiful crimson and these dark, deep maroon colors, and those often associated with her homeland. So,
Do you want to read that, or does it matter?
I don't need to read it.
Perfect.
I know why you're here.
I grab it from the air and put it back.
I know very well why you are all here.
Why do you think that is?
The lapdogs of Manfred here to interrupt what I'm doing, to interfere in my machinations.
And what machinations would those be exactly?
Then why should I tell you? You work for him. Do you not? Are you not employed by him?
We are less employed by him and more just trying not to die?
I'm less interested in him and more in protecting
The
the
city.
city and this
Realm?
this realm, this world.
Ever since that stupid vision, everything is just going to shit.
Now that we're just the two, just us in your court, you can't deny that you've felt the changes.
Of course I haven't.
Then why did you deny it to him?
Like I said, the Manfred does not understand magic. He does not understand the different practices and undertakings that wizards must begin and end, sometimes even arbitrarily to the untrained, in order to help understand the world that we live in and
That's
protect
why
it.
He has a court wizard. What about him? Shouldn't you be consulting with him about these changes?
I do not trust Linthias. He is an outsider, not only to Haral, but also from outside the circles. No formal training and no formal history. My spies have been unable to verify who he is outside of his name and a short history of strange occurrences which involved him throughout the regions, enough to decide myself that he shouldn't be allowed inside the circle.
Oh no. So you're having him spied on. Where's he now? He wasn't at the castle.
Unfortunately, we seem to have lost track of Linthias a few days ago, between his travelings between the Riverlands and the Northern Alliance to here.
Well, she does not sound like she is the one causing trouble.
Well, all of this is coming out now. Doesn't necessarily mean she has nothing to do with the things going on. It just means,
Well,
she has a story.
the point of the note then. Manfred's son has gone missing, and some evidence points it in the direction of this circle.
Well, of course it does. None of you at all have any idea of what it is like to play the game at the levels of lords and kings and the things that we must do in the circle to maintain the balance between those various forces. That is our responsibility. Manfred's son may or may not be an important piece of what has happened or is happening. But why should I divulge anything to you outside of, again, you work for him, you're his lapdogs, you're his attack dogs. Did you or did you not invade the domain and protected realm of an ally to us, someone who was helping us in our machinations?
An ally to us? Are you talking about those people that were living underneath the city?
Possibly. It could be who I'm referencing.
Because they had the key. Or at least what we would come to know as the key. You might know it as Lord Manfred's son. He was in quite the state when we found him.
I imagine so, after what he's been through.
And what would you know of that?
Nothing that I'm willing to divulge to any of you. We've been watching you carefully. You may have noticed hints of individuals stalking you at night and watching you through the day. The feelings of spells entering your minds while you sleep, implanting or supplanting messages that have been there before.
What is the purpose of all of this?
To determine whose side you're on.
All I know is I am on the side of the people who want to live.
Oh, all people want to live.
We're not on the side of devils.
And yet you come here and interfere in what I'm accomplishing.
And we are just simply doing what we can at the time. We were assuming what people were good and bad. But at the end of the day, we do not know. We are on the side of of not the devils. That is all there is to it.
So interfering with what you've been doing, what have you been doing with that has anything to do with devils?
Or against devils.
I know you've been playing games with mutations.
Fine.
You found some evidence of your work.
I take out the scroll with Manfred's signature, throw it in the air, prestidigitation it into fire. We have nothing connecting us to him and no protection. We're here for this city and this realm, not him. Kill us or tell us what you know.
Ultimatums don't necessarily go that far, to let you know. And your friend over here doesn't seem to understand the very subtle connections between the different planes of existence. You say you are no friend of devils? What place do you think they have in the universe? What place do you think they have in our world? You alone don't speak for or understand the complex interwoven connections between our plane and their plane, or the planes of the abyss. I have seen them. I have walked them. Have you?
I am a simple-minded person.
I know.
I have one goal. Multiple. Let me rephrase this. I have a few goals. One of them is to kill dragons. The second, help my brother. The third is while we're helping others to make sure innocents do not die. It is simple. At least for me. I do not care for, what did you say, machinations? I do not care for them. I don't care that you've walked the plains. I just want to know if you are on one side or another.
There are no sides, you simpleton. That's the problem. The devils play a balancing role and act in the world. So they take souls here and they take souls there. What of it? All for a greater cause and a greater good? Because you define them as evil, or you define them as a negative occurrence?
They're most definitely evil creatures.
Yes, but bound by laws and spells and decrees by the gods. And
Yeah.
themselves. You can
And
always
they're
trust the
dangerous.
devil to be your enemy. I can't always say the same for people. Let
But
me
that
ask you
doesn't
this.
make-
What do you all know of Rivergate and of Manfred and his history as a ruler. What do you know of him?
What do I know of Rivergate and Lord Manfred and his history as a ruler?
Now, you tell me. You guys been in Rivergate for how many sessions now?
Yeah, no, very much.
From what I have heard when we were in the court, he was a lowborn. He did not come from nobility.
You're right.
So the question is, how did he get power if he is not a noble?
I assume a lot of blood.
Blood, probably, maybe a deal with the devil, maybe. As the saying goes.
So I assume none of you are truly familiar with the story of how he became to power, how his family wrested it from the king prior then.
I am not familiar.
We've heard some things, but not the full story.
Could you tell us the story?
From what I understand, Manfred was once a young man, a simple soldier, doing as he was told, serving in the king. After years of loyal service, very suddenly, the prior king's children and close family and close servants became afflicted by a strange and powerful illness that could not be broken by, at that time, the Grand Wizard, the Circle of Mirrors. This illness was so strange and so sudden and so lethal that after several days, almost everybody who had gotten it was dead. At this time, Manfred had suspiciously moved into place many different pawns and parts of those who were friends of his and loyalists. He found it easy to sway individuals to his cause, for him to find his place as King of Rivergate. Then, finally, with no heirs and no individuals ready to take his place, him and his loyals assaulted the keep, hung the king from the rafters of his own bedroom, and he then sat on the throne himself, taking over as ruler. Now, I have studied many different diseases in my time and learned many great things. Whatever this was, based on what I have read about, based on experimentations on this very disease that I have found still lingering in Rivergate and in places, in dark and disgusting wallowing spaces in the lower docks. This affliction still rises now and then, and since that day, select individuals of power and authority become afflicted with this disease. Now, only a magical disease could possibly elude not only the power of powerful clerics and healers who work for the gods, but also those of wizards and sorcerers who understand it. And beyond that, there are very few magical diseases that were created and still affect the material plane, which leaves only one other option, is that this disease didn't come from the material plane. Following that logic and that path, I have been slowly but surely watching Lord Manfred, his rise to power, and the connections and dealings that he has made. Things only got stranger when Matthias arrived. Once again, after a few years of no one being afflicted with this disease, very recently, 3 months ago, someone became afflicted with it once again and died. An ousted and openly opinionated man who was against Lord Manfred's overreach in trade disputes with Westguard and believed that the positions that he was taking, his erratic behavior, would cause a dissolution of the Herald Accords and leave the entire region weakened. Why?
Well, from your story, it was to silence any voices that rose up against him.
To give him more leverage, or to help hide his plans if he has any. I have a question for you two. Who knew our location when we were attacked?
Cult of domination.
And who else did we tell our location to? Maybe Lord Manfred. Maybe we are wrong. Maybe, what is it? Maybe we are chasing the wrong fox. No. The wrong orc. No. We are running in circles. That is not the right way.
It's not wrong.
This isn't the first time that we have been played, Locke. Doesn't this feel... It felt too convenient. Everything seemed to line up. Last time that happened, it was not good.
Why does it seem so closely tied to the cult of domination?
That I have no idea.
And if he has this magical disease, why not use it to wipe out their presence in his city? Simple plague excuse for anyone who didn't know any better.
Maybe... Oh, I see your
It's
fingers
simple.
now.
They were invited here.
You say their reported conflict is just a show?
Let's see. If you know Lord Manfred and you know his family, and you know about his history, the pieces are easier to put together. There was one standing member of his court who disagreed, but most vocally, not only about the Herald Courts, but with the cult of domination building their churches and establishing a presence in the city. One person
No! Sorry.
who also seems to be suffering from a magical disease infliction.
You!
His son,
Son of a bitch!
whom I was in the middle of treating until you freed him from the space and uncovered his hiding spot. On behalf of Lord Manfred, you single-handedly put him back into the hands of the very devils that, if you look at a base contract for a devil for material gain, payment has now come due. It has been 20 years since Lord Manfred took control and power. His dues have come. So the question being, what could he provide for the people who needed Rivergate? He could provide them a place where no one would look. A place that was a court, and the person in the highest place of power was friendly to the very things that they needed access to. The only answer I don't have is why the cult of domination specifically needed fiendish corruption or a connection to that creature. And it's a much safer bet to go through somebody who already has signed a contract than to do one yourself or contact these forces on your own.
You seem to be well versed in everything. I have a question. Does the name Hizet ring any bells?
Oh, it does. Hizet is a pit fiend.
Shit.
He rules a large army and a large space of territory on the first layer of hell. And if you're familiar at all with the stories, he's also supposedly the one in charge of guarding Takis's prison.
Oh, shit.
Well, if you knew all of this was going on and you had all this experience, all this knowledge apparently that's new to us, how come the Circle themselves haven't acted out against Manfred?
And to what end?
Salvaging the material plane, stopping the
From what?
transition of devils?
Devils
Demon?
and
Or worse,
demons in
demons?
what way?
They're crossing over to they're literally portaling over onto the material plane.
And? What is your point? So they come. So they collect. And then they leave. So some are sacrificed and some die. To whatever ends Lord Manfred promised them to payment. The devils are less of the concern to me than anything else that we have discovered. And not only that, how do I know who his allies are and do what? Fight them alone? Against the overwhelming power of the entire Herald Accords? You were already convinced by this man that the Circle of Mirrors was responsible. With that weight of information and investigation, you were angled towards us like we were the threat. Do you not think that Lord Manfred could not convince Westguard, Truskel, and Canton and the other members that we were the true threat? That we were undermining the sovereignty of the Herald Accords?
So why not cut the head off the snake?
The honest truth is we don't know who Manfred is or what kind of afflictions he has. We're not even necessarily sure that Lord Manfred is even Lord Manfred anymore.
Oh, shit. Then what do we do? I don't know what to do anymore.
Her logic tells us we leave the city to its fate.
We just said we would save it.
I'm saying this is her plan, to lock themselves in the tower and defend what's theirs.
No, our plan was to wait until somebody arrived that we thought could do the job for us.
Even worse.
And what?
And now you're here.
Shit.
And even still,
You're already proven involved. Leaving the city will not save you. You already know far too much. Lord Manfred will send individuals to hunt you down. The devils will find you.
And we'll get blamed for the death of his son and become a scapegoat, just like sounds like people of the past have already fallen victim to.
They have already sent them after us. So then the question is, if we're stuck in the middle of it, what do we do?
Play the game till we can get close enough. Say we found something, and we're try and come up with something we can show him, like we're still on his side, and then
cut his head off when we get close.
When you have a standing military, it's hard to think of any other way to approach it.
We will be dead if we do it.
Maybe.
I feel comfortable.
We're definitely dead if we don't.
No, and it's true, but I feel comfortable fighting, but I don't believe we would make it out. Not if his whole guard and militia are there. That is basically a small army.
If it is true and he's not even necessarily human anymore, there was a way we could show that. It might cause those who are ignorant to everything going on to...
Why haven't you reached out to other cities? Other circles?
I have.
And they ignore you?
The business in Haral is the business of Haral. It's not the business of Lior or the business of Kriat or any of the other independent kingdoms that are on the Shattered Coast. What worry do they have to have if Haral falls? Lior has been trying to find a way to take the Accords in the space of the West Dales for themselves for centuries. A destabilization in Haral would be good for them. And not only that, but Lior has its own issues right now with its circle being excommunicated from the city. Something I feared would happen if I had moved too many pieces too fast without the right pieces to strike with. You don't just use... Pawns are meant to draw out the pieces on the table to be struck. And now with you, I believe are the right pieces to defeat his.
So then what do you need these pieces to do?
You should probably gather up the other pieces in your basement.
Well, I was well aware that they were here.
Oh.
But they're actually not in the circle anymore. One of the only major problems that I came across is that somebody else in this circle is sympathetic to Manfred and his causes. There are at least 2 other wizards in this circle currently who have been watching my moves, watching the circle, and more than likely are agents for Manfred and his. Just the same as I have agents that watch him in his court, he apparently has spies inside the circle. And I have been unsuccessful in actually figuring out who's responsible and what they are doing here in the circle.
There was a tiefling that helped us. She helped us from the demons that came through. She said that the ones we were looking for were in the higher-ups of the Circle of Mirrors. She said
Possessed.
She said her patron wanted us to go look.
This is why you don't trust warlocks.
Shit.
It's at the service of other powerful beings and not always for themselves.
Well, it sounds like maybe that wasn't entirely a scapegoat.
We did come looking.
I assume the warlock was sent here by an agent of another powerful either being, entity, or devil that either has opposite plans or is in fact in league with Hizit. And you were sent here, just another false herring.
I do not like politics.
Well, what do you think?
Well, if they're no longer in the tower, where are they? You said they were not here.
I don't know where they went. I sensed the opening of a magical portal somewhere in one of the workshops, and then they disappeared.
That is not good.
Do you know where that portal went? Can we track it with your magic?
You can contact them.
Yeah, I could.
It would be unwise to send any contact to them as of now.
Why is that?
Magic, to a degree, can be
Spontaneous.
erratic and even sensible. If you use a spell to contact them and they are in some place in which they are exposed to forces who might be looking to locate them, it would put them in harm's way. Again, I cannot speak for where they went, other than the fact that I now have 3 learned acolytes in script for going down to investigate the area of the workshop where I sensed the portal opening.
Could those be your traitors?
No. What worries me is that I've never felt this portal open before, which means that there are other protections at work in that space. But the workshop does belong to one wizard in particular.
And who is that?
He's a young wizard named Rameus.
Rameus?
You wouldn't be familiar with him. He's only been here for several months.
Then do we go hunting around? Continue our little show? Attempt to find her problem under the guise of his?
No. We need to find our friends.
I trust them. They have Lumi.
Lumi isn't much for portals.
I have seen her take out many a great thing. She is good in battle. They will live.
Well, if you're not concerned about them, why do you want to search for them using this
Not for
farce?
them, for the traitors.
Oh. And why don't you want to do that? Sounds like a reasonable approach. One thing we don't want is anyone thinking we're actually on her side. Given,
That they're
that
watching?
disease and all that other kind of stuff.
I'm just having trouble.
You are worried about the new friends that we made?
Yes. That is the main concern. The other concern is her.
if we can trust her?
No, I'm sure she's telling us the truth. It's just all that power and all that responsibility and too much cowardice to act on anything. Let a spy roam in your court. Let Manfred do whatever he wants with his city.
All short-term problems in the long life of someone who lives for 1,000 years and can rebuild.
I can do those things.
You could. Maybe.
Let's not worry about what she has not done or what she could have done. Worry about now, less of the past.
If we are friends and working together as these, with this old puzzle or chess pieces analogy, I found something when I was in the next room. Some alchemical concoction that is rather private. I was surprised that you had access to it. After your story about magical disease, it all started to make sense, but it seems from what I read that there's some sort of issue with the potion. A limited lifespan, I believe, is more or less how you put it.
A limited lifespan over generations of blood hunters. Yes, it loses its effectiveness over time.
Were you trying to find some sort of curious about a solution?
Maybe. In my own time, I studied a great deal of different items. There's so much that you don't even know about your own order. It's not surprising, considering they keep all of the secrets and information about how it was formed to themselves, about how it works and how you're made, about what makes you who you are as individuals.
I make me who I am as an individual. Everyone has their own unique reaction to the potion.
Yes.
It's just how it's part of the ritual. It's how it works.
Yes, you're right. But the same mechanization that splits and makes the effects change has a timer. It has a useful effectiveness because it still only comes from one singular source, and by design. Have you never actually questioned who made the mutagens and designed the alchemy that would allow blood hunters to be made? You've been told that the information is secret and that they are trade crafts kept only within the blood hunter orders, but you do not actually believe that nobody knows about it or how it's made.
Well, someone must know about it because obviously it's made, but it's not my place to question my superiors.
You're right, it's not. Which is why it's not my place to discuss this with you any further.
You're not even in the order. You don't have the privilege of the information and to be keeping it secret. It's not even yours to have in the first place.
Unless... That was weird.
We're trying to have a conversation here.
Close that window.
Yeah.
Class just got out.
So, unless of course, it was invented and created by members of a circle thousands of years ago.
What are you talking about? It's not it's an ancient rite. It's not wizard potion play.
You're free to believe whatever it is that you were told upon your initiation, upon your undergoing the trials and injecting the mutagens. But you are in fact made of all the things that you are told to hunt and kill. You just don't see it. And that is ultimately the weakness of the mutagens and the process that makes blood hunters. And may or may not have been the source of what I thought would provide a cure for this fiendish disease and how it killed people.
No. Oh, they know stuff about that. You don't. I'm done with this conversation. As I turn and I step and I wait for you guys to finish.
I do know one thing. If you ask who the first blood hunter ever was, you'll probably find the answers that you're looking for. You might find it surprising, but that's a path in an outside perspective that you are not entitled to. So be careful where you wield said information and said perspective. Other orders and other blood hunters, especially those above you, might not appreciate.
What about yours?
It's a curiosity. I have no real vested interest in the survival of or the continued survival of the Blood Hunter Order.
Or anything else.
No, just the survival of the Circle and those who reside in it, and those people I am capable of saving. But Rivergate was doomed the moment that one singular man decided that he coveted power more than the material, mortal lives of those he cared for and the people he lived with. Devils are not the enemy. Humans are. People are. They simply do as the cosmos dictates.
You can stop it.
It's too late to stop whatever plans are in work.
No.
She kind of walks over to the window and she dispels the dispel magic and opens the balcony. Come, see what I mean.
The worst thing she could do is throw me off a balcony. I walk out.
She's like, that's not the worst thing I could do to you.
You know what? You're very right. Just don't send me to another dimension, please. Make it quick.
You guys will go out to the balcony with her?
Yeah.
Begrudgingly.
Yeah.
If not, I'll pick them up.
No, I will. Also begrudgingly.
Manfred's spies have already gotten wind of what has taken place, either through one means or another, and as you step onto the balcony, you now see that the Circle of Mirrors is under attack by the Rivergate City Guard.
No.
Oh no.
And you see the barriers of the magical barrier that projects it on the outside being struck by the cannonades from the castle and the keep itself.
Oh God.
You see, payment is due, and he plans on delivering it already. If you had maybe come here earlier, maybe we could have worked on stopping it. Oh. And then she just... Is that right, Lintheus? I noticed your passing of my runes and protective barriers only moments ago. And as you turn from the balcony, there's Lintheus sitting in the room, standing there. Well, nothing gets past you, Grand Wizard. This is the end for Rivergate, and this is the end for the people who live here. Payment must be made on behalf of the Cult of Domination to Hizit, the Gatekeeper. For this does begin the rising of Takesis once again to the material plane, and she will rule the land as she once did.
That may happen, but you won't be here to see it as I walk forward and I try to attack him.
Yeah.
Try to attack him.
As you jump, you run forward to attack him. His shape changes, and the room explodes as he takes the form of a green dragon.
Oh, shit!
Is destroyed. The rocks begin flying out of the room.
Oh my God.
And he grabs you with his claws in midair and pulls you in. I, the Dragon Ribbon, will not be defeated by something as you. And he throws you off the top of the tower with his clawed hands. And you lose sight of him as he goes flying over the edge of the cliff towards the bottom of the sea. and the ground begins to shake, and the earth begins to tremble as the tower begins to fall apart. Kavira sees what's happening, casts Featherfall, and stops you from falling all the way to the bottom of the ocean, and begins moving you. Riven, standing on the top of the ruins of the tower, collapsing and falling down, his tail swings and knocks over one of the other smaller towers as he raises his maw, opening up, and you see the chlorine gas fill and begin rolling over his teeth as he prepares his breath weapon to fire. And the sky cracks and opens with red lightning, and you see a giant set of chains, 4 of them, come falling out of the sky, slamming into Rivergate as they begin to pull themselves in. Giant spears at the tip as they are grounded into the earth itself, pulling down, and the sky begins to open as you see a mirrored reflection, almost looking like down into the 9 layers of hell. You see legionary devils begin to fly through the portal and opening as they begin to invade the material realm. And then you see across the way at the castle, there's an explosion of light and power as the keep is torn open and falls apart as a strange glowing red portal begins to open and rise above top of the structure of the city. Dark and evil, massive pillars holding it and binding it in place as more devils begin to filter out into Rivergate. The guards down below look up and around and begin to panic, not understanding what is currently unfolding as devils begin to fall upon them and tearing them apart. But the devils, luckily, hit the barriers and protective spells that keep the circle of mirrors standing on its own. The only safe space in Rivergate seems to be here. And Kavira casts a spell as Riven's breath weapon hits it and begins to ripple over the top of it, pouring out the sides down towards where you had fallen, just falling down below as he begins to flap his wings. The powerful hurricane winds blowing up and picking up tiles and throwing them and trying to lift you off of the ground yourselves outwards. You struggle to get footholds and grips and holds as Kavira then casts a levitation spell and opens a small portal and, using telekinesis, pushes you through it as you all land on the outside of Rivergate in the wilderness. And the last thing you see is her succumbing to Riven's powerful breath weapon, engulfing her, and you hear the words of, "Find the silver dragon and save the city." And the portal closes. Until next Friday.
Jeez!
God damn!
Not even next Friday, you son of a bitch!
Until the next Friday.
No, the next Friday, the Friday after next!
How
Yep.
dare you take my first interaction with a dragon away from me?
Oh, I know. Oh, I know.
God damn it, Andy! You're too good at this!
Oh.
She waited too long and now she's dead. Got what she deserved. Hashtag deserved it.
Hashtag deserved it.
I was like, I'm gonna attack this motherfucker, and I was like, she's gonna let me do it? And he's like, yeah! And I was like, yeah! And then it was like, yeah, I'm a big fucking dragon. And I was like, no!
I'm sitting over here seeing this dragon on blood spelling, like, it's my time, bro. It's my time. Woo! Woo! And he's just like, portal. You D&D blue-balled me.
I touched it.
I know.
I touched it, Mike. Neither. I touched it.
He's the first to touch a legit dragon.
I'm the first to touch a legit dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Woo.
Yeah.
Margaret, the dragon toucher.
The dragon toucher.
That.
Oh no!
By
we're
the
so
way-
very separated from our friends who are stuck in the city.
Yeah. Welcome to the main campaign, Kira.
Hey, let's do this.
Yeah.
You came in at the perfect time.
Apparently.
The end of arcs.
I mean, we still don't even realize the gravity of what's happening. So.
Yeah, we're just like, oh man,
Yeah,
that portal's
they see
open.
some-
That
We gotta
can't
get
be
this
good.
evidence out.
And then we're gonna
Everything's
get, up
Yeah.
above ground. The circle's gone. The keep is gone. on.
Chains from the sky. There's a dragon. It's like,
There's a lot going on. This is 2020 in a nutshell, right?
Yeah,
Just keeps getting worse.
dragons, all that.
Only thing we're missing is the sky tearing open, and it's all over.
Yeah. I've never.
I mean, hey, look,
Dude.
it's that time. It's great because this is one of my favorite parts, and this is the most rewarding part because just like when you guys finally figure out like who the Fae was and what she was planning, what she was doing, now it's like, well, now you have a clear and concise goal.
Dude.
Stop the devils and Manfred,
Kill a green
and
dragon.
ultimately stop Takesis from.
Kill a green dragon.
Manfred's son, the key, disease, when all that lined up. Oh my god.
Dude, there's something great about sitting here and just my brain's going like, dot, 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 dot. Oh my god, they're connecting. They're connecting. Oh shit.
It was just like the most outspoken one. I was like, I remember his son was all like on board with the cult of domination, and he's like, yeah, I was trying to save him, and I was like, what? No, you weren't. It's like, that's like safe haven, and you let him down. I'm like, no, and you can see it. Someone will probably clip it. No, no.
it's gonna be a long 2 weeks.
Oh god. Hey.
Yeah.
One of the questions I've been asking for 2 years is, hopefully, am I going to answer it eventually?
Maybe. We'll see.
It's been it's been basically a year and a half, and I've been asking the same damn question, and you'll find out. Yeah, you find out. And you know what? I got a piece of it now, and I'm not going to let the damn thing go.
Yeah,
way to talk entirely inside baseball. I'm sorry, audience.
Yeah, I know, right?
Because I don't even know what he's talking about. Yeah,
So,
right?
okay, you're right. So, we ran a previous game, and I really cared for one of the characters. Probably one of my favorite characters I've ever made and played. And he gave a piece of the history of that character in tonight's session. And it hooked me in. And now I'm really, really curious to see if we'll learn what happened eventually.
There are some Easter eggs in there from like previous campaigns and versions of the game from when we were still working on the setting.
And the world and like our role-playing skills stuff too. So.
There's definitely some Easter eggs in there that I'm kind of curious about now. But that's for us to know and for, Dude, documentary like 20 years from now.
Straight up, definitely forgot dragons can polymorph. Definitely did not think about it.
Super important thing.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%.
I thought it was gonna be a transformation. I did not think it was gonna be a dragon.
I expected. I thought it was a pit fiend. I'm expecting a pit fiend. He's a green dragon. I'm sitting like, they do that.
Pit fiend, but like
It's probably that one that we heard the rumors about. That was coming into the city.
Now
probably that one.
Now my question is, from the beginning of our campaign, is this the same green dragon as that one green dragon?
Was the younger.
Oh, you're right. That was a young green dragon.
Oh my god, dude.
Well, the real question is has Lintheus been the green dragon Riven all along, or did Riven kill him, the original
take
one,
his
spot, and has been working to undermine the city and build Manfred's machinations and the cult of domination like on their behalf?
We should have totally robbed that guy with more.
Yeah, you should have probably. You probably should have. But now it's all coming together. It's like, well, ultimately,
don't worry, we're gonna go.
Ultimately, the price, obviously, the price of her release
under that castle
from the prison guard is high. Like, I don't know, like the mortal soul of every person in Rivergate probably high.
No big deal.
Yeah, but whatever. Devils just take souls to tell us where
it's
to
like
the standard, right?
Anymore, so.
But yeah, bitch. Though, but that's fucked up.
Hashtag she deserved it.
Yeah.
She's not guaranteed to be dead.
On the bright side, you probably don't have to carry that thing around anymore because we probably have all the proof we need.
No, you got
We're probably good.
You know nothing.
Look at all this proof raining from the sky.
As the city's being destroyed.
I'm just imagining basically like this.
Damn
Yeah,
it.
just like, you get out of the dungeon or whatever, you're all sweaty.
There's gonna be just this horde.
You're like, I can't believe we
coming up behind you.
Yeah, I can't believe we finally made it out with all this evidence, and you get outside and it's just raining evidence. It's like,
oh, good.
Dragons.
I did find that great that they wanted to like take it and steal it, and I'm like, oh, it's really not.
Yeah.
You do that every time, by the way. Every time something big happens, you're just sitting going, yeah, it's not needed.
Yeah, but to know
He does.
if we didn't do that, he'd be like, well, you had the stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, it's not only that, but that is what you were sent in there to do, and it's a big piece of like, evidence, and it is. But the question is it evidence that is related to this, or is it evidence of something else altogether?
Next time.
Evidence.
Yeah, there's evidence of something else.
It's evidence.
It's time. We're gonna finish our giveaways for the night then.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah.
got 2
Giveaways.
dice jars and Ghost of Saltmarsh.
And dice.
And dice. Yeah, they're
jars.
nice and it's good stuff and they're cool and they're awesome. We should share them off.
I'll assume the position.
Where's the book?
Oh, it's over
Matt
there.
has the book.
Matt has the book.
He's the wizard. Of course he has the book.
We need to show the book off.
Yes. Celeste Candy's like, look at this proof, people who are dead.
And is it one giveaway? Or
I was justified. I knew. I was right the whole
I just
time.
want to make sure.
Yeah.
It's an adventure and dice for 2.
Yep, exactly.
So you can have a
Are
DM
dice actually in there?
and 2 players.
Yeah, there's a bag of dice in
I
there.
don't hear anything shaking.
They're
they're in the bag.
Yeah,
They're in a bag and in little bags.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like a nest doll.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nesting doll.
Nesting doll. There we go.
Hey, Green Dragon.
Oh my god,
Green
those are
Dragon
beautiful.
dice jar.
The giveaway's live.
Anyone
Sweet.
who's run one-shots with me or a game in general, they know I really dig the nautical theme.
So all you gotta do to get into that giveaway is exclamation point ticket.
Yes,
And you got a ticket.
is great.
And
You
it's
got
open to
DM,
followers
you
and
get-
subs like, with subs having 2 times the chance to win over followers.
You get DM.
Don't mind Kira, she's throwing her dice around.
Yeah.
This book has a bunch of ships and layouts for ships and stuff. So you can use
Does it
to
have
get-
ghosts?
Only a few.
Fucking surprisingly, no. Not one.
Wait,
It's more of a metaphorical, like the ghost, like the ghosts of Salt Marsh. It's like the trauma of the past sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's metaphorical.
It sounds like a lie.
That metaphors aren't fun.
Yeah.
Spoilers.
Sorry.
It sounds like
Oh
the
yeah, I
book
guess
is
I
a
just
lie.
spoiled the ending. No ghosts, just life lessons. You learn about yourself.
Does a character?
It's about the journey. And
The real ghosts are the friends you made along the way.
they're dead now.
And
If we're playing, it's because they're dead now.
It's a very personal
Just ask
story.
Gal.
And the movie ends kind of like you're like, okay, that was a good movie, but like nothing really happened, I guess. It's
But
exciting.
at the end, does a character like walk out and say like, "I think today we learned"?
You definitely learn about love, and that's what it's
Maybe
really about.
compassion.
do you know what? There is one more thing that we're not talking about.
Huh?
Fudge.
Fudge. Because you know what goes great with D&D? That's right. Fudge from Fudge Loving Craze. Because it's bloody amazing.
Let's eat
this
all
an
your
actual
feelings
book we're
about how
giving
your
away, or
DM just
Yeah.
blanked
You're touching
all
the
over.
giveaway.
Oh, I should have treated it nicer.
No, it just now has love and care into it.
What did you
I
do?
didn't do that.
We paid quality
I
money
did
for
not do
this.
that.
They paid
Promise
quality
you.
money for this. Look, there's some DNA in here. That's a hair. Why you got your DNA all over everything? Wait, this is way too long to be yours.
Beat me to it.
Probably mine.
That's good times.
Some of my DNA comes with the book.
That is not something you should be saying out loud.
I will say though, it's been a super fucking slow burn to get to this point in the game. It's been like it is so hard to sit here and just like build the pieces and then just be like, oh, when are they gonna get to the actual like where's the pieces? You know, all of it together. It's so hard to sit there sometimes and just watch and watch and watch.
Andy,
I love every minute of it,
You're a monster.
but
just throw it at us. You know, level 3. I have this good idea for a pit feed. There you go. Oh, okay.
yeah, exactly. That's cool.
You can put your
Glad.
DNA in there.
Jesus.
Yeah, actually, and it didn't come up in that way, and it didn't come together that way. But yeah,
Definitely came.
yeah, it definitely came.
Stop.
I see what you're doing. I
Ah,
deeply appreciate it. That's funny shit.
Yeah, not as funny as you tonight, dude. You're so funny.
I know.
Well, now it makes it even worse because now it's personal. See, because you took shit from Lintheus's workshop, so now it's personal.
Oh, it was personal to me. He was a green dragon. I'm good for this.
Evil green
I
dragon.
get the distinct impression he doesn't give a fuck.
Probably did. None of it probably is.
That makes sense. Why? Yeah.
What really is anybody?
That's something that makes sense. Why there's an amazing dragon killer Avenger sword inside of that workshop, so it doesn't kill him.
Or because it was already there when he took the other wizard's place and didn't realize it was there.
This is the rare occasion where Andy's pretty much blatantly saying, the wizard's murdered.
Yeah.
He doesn't do that.
He did.
He doesn't do that behind the scenes nonsense.
Yeah, he's
much.
been missing.
Yeah, he generally doesn't. He's just like, yeah, you guys don't know. This time he's like, nah, he did.
No wonder he travels so much. That dragon must get hungry.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
He can only eat so many cows.
Yeah.
There's still people who haven't entered the giveaway.
Well, yeah.
Exclamation mark ticket. Put it in chat.
Yep.
Yeah, you better.
All you need to do is be a follower. If you're a subscriber, you get double the ticket. So that your one ticket multiply into 2.
Multiplier.
I'm just glad you found it exciting, the reveal of it all coming together.
Yeah,
That's
no,
always
it
your
was
big
great.
worry, is that you go through all this effort to plan this stuff, plant all this foreshadowing and all these parts together for it to come together,
And
then
you
for
draw
everybody
just
just be like,
the dot and
that's
says,
just
oh
like,
yeah,
that's-
okay.
that's boring, you know?
Yeah, so it has to
I'm like,
be
I don't
in
know
there.
what to do. I'm sorry, the invasion of devils and the
Yeah.
release of the ancient fucking
Or
dragon
worse.
Takhisis isn't interesting. My bad.
No, see,
Yeah,
we're
or worse.
Andy, I know you worked hard on everything, but I fucking hate Kavira so
No.
much.
It's
I
like-
really do. She's too confrontational and she didn't do anything, so she sucks.
You're not meant to like her.
See, I don't know why, but as Godric, I'm sitting going, man, she's not. She did what she needed to do.
She did not. She literally did not do.
She's meant to
anything.
represent like the ever-staying like life length and idea of
the
how
elves.
elves view
Oh,
the
I get
world.
it.
I laughed at Sarge, and she's like, I lived that long. I'm like, yeah. And then you were like, I lived that long too. Yeah, but you'll probably die before then.
Yeah.
She won't.
Or worse, you connect the dots and you're
Yeah,
like,
because
oh yeah,
I'm
okay.
gonna go
that's-
out there and do something instead of just sitting in the tower like a coward.
You're in the embodiment. You invent Nike in the future. You're like, just do
do
it.
Yeah, or worse, you connect the lines right, and your players, and you're like, one of your players, oh yeah,
Congratulations.
I guess that's cool. Well, if I was doing it,
Congratulations.
I would have made all these others.
Congratulations, Elf.
Yeah.
You're a super powerful wizard that doesn't do shit, doesn't share any of the secrets. Just
Plays God and starts freaking orders, kind of thing for
when I'm
fun.
a level 20
Fucking
wizard, I'm
bitch.
gonna go change the world. That's all I'm
Well,
saying.
she's not old enough
I'm
to
young
have
and
been involved in the
idealistic.
creation of the order.
No, I mean like her little test subjects that I've met or whatever. Her little test subjects.
You ain't know nothing.
Her list.
You ain't know
Oh
nothing.
yeah.
Yeah, her list of trial subjects. Yeah, I was just trying to play like she.
Well, it makes you wonder, dude. I mean, Oriana did say they were hired to deal with the devil problem, and they were very upfront. They said that they were hired by the Circle of Mirrors.
Yeah, they were. They hired, not like born again.
I mean, that's a
You
very.
have to ask. You have to ask Oriana if you see her again.
I'm gonna. I'm like, listen here. You think you're one of us? It's like him and me. You think you're one of us? You're a cheap imitation of the OG.
Maybe you don't even know. You don't know
Like
nothing.
a carbon copy bought off of like
Nothing.
a Chinese corner like marketplace stall which has Gucci spelled wrong and with poor stitching.
Those are all
No, so-
really legit.
It's like
items.
tat-
I want it to be the flip reverse
That's
where
it,
where
tag
she's the original OG done proper style and you're just the cheesy knockoff that's been watered down over the years because we have worse
You're just
worse
mad I
products.
touched a dragon.
Not really, man, because you got thrown. You did not touch it willingly.
Yeah,
It
you're
touched
right.
you.
I'm not throwing it.
You were
You
touched
know
by a
what that
dragon.
is? That's combat.
Alex, if you
With
want,
a dragon, I've actually fought a dragon.
Alex, if you want
That
to make
too.
a breakthrough, you gotta admit the truth. Where did the dragon?
No, Artsy
Everywhere.
Gem is here. Artsy Gem draws dragons all the time. Yeah, there was a dragon here tonight, Artsy. I don't know if you saw, heard it or not, but there was one here. They met a green dragon, and it tried to kill them.
He's a dick.
It almost did kill one of them if it wasn't for Feather.
I was gonna super just like jump.
I was
off.
waiting to see what you were gonna.
I
I
was
wanted to see
gonna
what
do
you
it.
were gonna do, but
I'm just saying,
you were gonna
if y'all
kill
jumped
my
off-
flow, so I had to like ignore you on that.
Damn you, because it was gonna be
You know.
baller.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying, if you jumped off and stayed on the platform, I'm sitting going, I'm down with this.
I was
This is a
gonna
good day
jump,
for me.
I was gonna jump and I was gonna Superman wrap you and then cast fly on you.
I planned out like this whole thing. Like
That
we
would
would
that
kill-
would've been
I
cool.
thought you were gonna cut off
Then
because
we
then
fly
I looked
back
up, so
up
I had a
and
moment
fight
to like
to the
engage
death.
the dragon for a
I'm
second or
gonna-
something.
I'm
Like,
gonna-
had a
I'm
moment,
gonna run.
and you were just like, no.
Give me
I'm
your
like,
arm.
damn it.
I'm only so heroic. Like I would have saved you and then be like, let's get the fuck out of here.
Cast fly on himself.
Practical hero.
Grab the fall of your life. Run!
Yeah.
I'm holding you now. Just run your feet.
Or like I saw him go this way, but totally just misjudged the distance. Like, oh,
Oh, he was thrown way further than that.
I cannot jump that far. Fly. Sorry, bud. Peace out.
I just see him. Sorry, bud.
Hold on, I'm gonna cast all his got too far.
So this is how it ends.
Right,
So this is
right. It's
how
not
it
like he
ends.
was dropped off the edge. It was like he was thrown.
Alright.
I believe the correct term, he was yeeted off the center of the tower.
It's like I would have given you a roll on whether or not you're gonna lose your character, but you're the one that decided to attack him with that badass like you're not gonna be around to see it. That's what you get. Actions have consequences.
You know, this is 2 moments in very recent episodes where I thought Andrew just like killed you. No roll, no nothing. Just like knife in the back. You know, throw
I
off the
wasn't
building.
entirely certain I was gonna make it either. I'm still not.
Yeah.
You guys are out of the city. You're fine.
So, question: was it fun sitting here and watching us go through it after having gone through it, your own little mini adventure, and then we got to argue with an ancient elf and then get mauled by a dragon?
Hashtag
She
deserved
isn't mauled
it.
yet.
I
She did what
You
she
got
was supposed to do.
levitated.
No.
She preserved the pieces on the board so that they could succeed.
No.
And
was
she
supposed
brought the pieces together.
She's
You know, she might have done that, but I refuse to acknowledge.
That's
Matt,
what she thought,
you're-
but she was too afraid to make a move.
You see, you're being confrontational now. You're
She
expressing
was-
your
she was
anger
playing-
to
she
her
was playing
aggressively.
an RTS, and she turtled instead of attacked, and she fucking lost.
That remains to be seen if
How long
she
do you
lost
wanna
or
run
not.
How long has it been?
She's
up?
like,
Like,
oh,
five
my
minutes?
hero
10?
units are
Let's-
finally
yeah, we
big.
got
I'm
it
gonna
now.
win this
Go.
battle. Oh,
All right. Last chances to get into the giveaway, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't gotten in there now yet, we're going to be,
I
you know,
spent
turning
all
that
my
off. Access is,
research in
you know,
these
about to be
heroes. Oh,
taken
fuck,
away
I'm lost.
very shortly.
Yeah, exclamation point tickets. So like
Exclamation
KK
point
Panda, if you're not in yet, hop in. RC Gem, I saw you get in, so you're good.
Yep.
But yeah, if you haven't got in yet, jump in because the
Oh,
dice spots,
Jesus.
the dice jars are amazing. I'm like, I look at the book and
there's no others
The
like
dice
these.
is the dice inside.
yeah, I'm
are
looking at the book
amazing.
going, the
Yeah.
book's cool, but the dice are where it's at.
You know, these are custom painted. The eyes are custom painted.
Yeah.
She told me how long it.
worked the clay, baked it. No one else has one of these.
Look at the size of that. She went through and had a little pin, and she went through and stabbed that thousands of times. Textured it, and somehow went insane. I mean, didn't go insane.
JT Stark,
Like, just
what is
a
up? Thank
single
you so
pin.
much.
He's like, don't go anywhere.
Oh, we're not going anywhere. We're running a giveaway,
We're
right?
running a giveaway, so hang on. We're going to postpone it for something
Yeah.
I'm going to get people to say hello
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, you better get in there.
Are you bringing a raid in, JT? Is that what you want us to say?
Yeah. If you're bringing a raid in, let us know. We'll extend the giveaway a little bit and give everyone a chance. Seems
And don't
fair.
forget the
New people get a
25%
chance
off
too.
food.
You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at the imaginary kobold that didn't leave the table. Hi, kobold.
Imaginary kobold.
Okay. Well, Jammer says he's sending a raid, so we'll wait and we'll leave the giveaway open then for a little while.
To answer your
Yeah,
question, it was
crazy.
fun as heck to watch you guys, but now the gears are just spinning on what the hell's gonna happen next time.
Yep, yeah.
I thought it would be less
all the
stressful. It was not.
And all the reactions my Dragonborn is going to have.
Just say, well, hello there, JT Stark.
Well,
Welcome.
hello, Raiders. Well, welcome
Hello.
to Legendary Action Official. We play Dungeons and Dragons like a bunch of badasses. 'Cause
Like
that's
a
what
bunch
we
of
do.
badasses. We're
all
not,
of us,
but
all
like
badasses.
Like a
'em.
bunch of legendary
We aspire
badasses.
to be badasses. You know, it's a lofty goal.
Hey,
But
I'm
welcome,
not
thank you so
badass.
much.
I'm
We
a character.
let's get a shout out for JT Stark. Anybody who's not following JT Stark should do so as soon as possible at the
We're in the
earliest
middle of a
convenience
giveaway.
because he's awesome. And right now we're running a giveaway which is open to followers and subs alike. So if you're not following the channel and you want to be involved in the giveaway, all it takes is dropping that follow, and hopefully you do it and you want to stay and hang out with us because we're fucking awesome, because we all are, you know.
But yeah,
Every one of us.
it's
But we're
this
running
book.
a giveaway for Ghosts of Saltmarsh and some custom handmade die jars by Poly.
course,
Make
JT.
Poly Clay
We love
Customs, and they all come with dice and stuff. And
Custom,
it's good
handmade.
times. Handmade, yeah.
No others like it. This one has a texture, and they also have a set of dice in each of them.
They look wonderful. The eyes on them are wonderfully done.
Yeah,
the
they're
stippling, the hand carved texture on the sides, the actual gems and leaves that stick out on the outer edges is wonderfully done. They're really beautiful. I'm
They're
jealous of
pieces
you
of
guys.
art. They're
They
works of
are.
art.
That's
Each
the-
one handcrafted with
They're art.
time staking, love, and their
So, to the
This
people that
one's
just
very
joined
much
and you,
like
JT,
Rivergate.
all you got to do is enter is an exclamation point ticket. And if you're a subscriber, you get 2 tickets automatically. So
2
you're all be
tickets.
all set.
Step up one and all. Buy a ticket here during the giveaway. Buy a ticket.
1 ticket per entry.
1 ticket per entry, but if you're a subscriber, you get bonus.
Step up, jump in. Oh my gosh, hi Rocket Pepper.
Rocket Pepper.
Rocket.
Rocket Pepper also does just follow. She does some awesome cosplay stuff. Although I don't know if you've been streaming very much lately, Rocket Pepper. You need to get back to doing that. I want to watch you make
Warhammer and not streaming it. I don't
what's going
understand
on?
why.
If you're gonna paint the Warhammer minis, just stream them.
Yeah,
Just
What?
do it.
let us admire your talent, damn it.
One does not simply just paint the Warhammer, one must stream the Warhammer.
Oh, is that what you do with it? I've just been letting them
That's-
sit in a cabinet.
He lets them be extra
Titles
gray,
and
you know what I'm saying?
Added content, Mr. Matt. You should stream your Warhammer. It's the first lesson.
I don't have a camera.
You did miss out on the cool Manticore giveaway, though. Manticore is an awesome piece of art, JT. If you would love painting this thing, I think we can show a picture of it actually, but like we gave that away earlier at our first break at the night around like 9:30ish. It's an awesome piece, man. It's imposing. It's huge.
Show the picture.
It's big. Cobalt, if you want to go in the little picture things and unclick the eyeball.
There it is.
You got the eyeball, go.
There it is.
The never-ending
Eyeball teamwork.
Against the Ray.
Teamwork.
Oh, how'd you do that?
Yeah.
Man.
Sorry, everybody. Our DM done left. We fired him.
Yeah.
I thought you buried him.
His face is gone, remember?
Oh,
I'm making a joke and you're ruining it.
I'm terrible. I didn't understand. I'm sorry.
4 out of 10, average joke.
It'd been funnier if y'all helped me. I'm not a comedic genius like
Oh,
you.
well, that's
I'm
cool.
not a genius.
Have you
I'm
been
just
working
lucky.
on that on stream or off stream? Because when you start working on some of that stuff on stream, I'll watch you.
Two Pouty
I'll
Lips,
watch you do
Jim.
some of it, JT.
Two Bounty Lips, the person.
The individual with the Twitch handle by the name of Two Potty Lips 1.
Yes. And then it looks like at the end of the night, our bits leader is Oak Tree.
Oak Tree.
That's
Oak Tree and Sapling.
That's what I wanna get.
Whose turn is it for that?
Whose turn is it? Did we establish?
So I did it last
Establish
time.
Order.
We didn't really.
So, I mean, I just say we throw it at Matt.
Just throw it at me. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You asked the question.
I did ask
You brought it to attention.
You're
and,
like, who can I pay?
I mean, because Alex did one, right? You've done one?
No, I haven't
Okay.
done one. I'm a terrible person.
So,
I
well,
can do one.
that's
I'll
cool,
give
man.
you a tip. It's gonna be really cool models.
Yeah, the Alex will just print more money. Here you go. Go away.
You want cool extra stuff?
I can give you my adoration and affection.
And a prize that he will send you because that's required.
Well, it's not always about the thing, you know. It's about
In this case, it is. You gotta
It's
send a
kind of about
gift.
the thing.
Letter with the
It's
thing.
mostly about the
It is
thing.
mostly about the things.
It's about the stuff, too.
We all say it's adoration and thanks and what we say on the inside. That's all a lie. On the
Alright,
inside,
that's
all we
It's
really
not a
care is
lie. I
prize.
actually do.
Well, then,
Just
I do
just
appreciate
keep me in the loop when
When-
you start working on the
Send me
diorama.
Oak's shipping information.
We
and
will.
I'll send him a surprise.
Yeah,
Good.
That's the plan. That's
That's-
how it works.
That sounds like
I'm
a
glad
prank.
that you understand the A to profit, like.
Well, I'm glad you guys took my idea and ran with it. You know.
I just want to see you send him a potato with a legendary
No.
action sticker on it.
Grilled cheese. He has to send him a very
grilled
nicely
cheese.
made, wrapped up, preserved
Oh,
grilled
jeez.
cheese.
With some dry ice.
Where does he live? Because food might.
I think Florida.
You can just buy him.
Too far.
All you're gonna do is like, what's your address? All right, cool. I Uber Eats you
Close
food.
enough,
Have enjoyed.
you know?
No, I meant like you can kind of send food in the mail. So
We still have to get a hold of Ashley and just say hi.
Yeah.
Ashley's a published writer that does D&D stuff.
On DM.
Ashley Warren, I believe. If I got her. Ashley Warren.
Yeah, you
on
can find her on
DM
Twitter. I
Skills.
believe it's
Yeah.
at Ashley Warren.
Yeah, she
Don't
does
you have
the
one of her
King
books
series. She's
I
local.
do have
Great.
one of her books.
Actually, if it's the book I'm thinking of, it's probably my favorite book you own.
We met her last year at RageCon.
They're 4 of them now. They are very good.
Yeah,
This
they are.
book right here is amazing.
Yeah, well, once again, if I myself enjoyed whatsoever running like one shots and stuff that are pre-packaged or pre-made, then I probably would buy her Uncaged anthology, which is like a retelling of the perspective of classic mythological monsters and like in the D&D world, which they're highly rated and regarded
well
on.
done.
As a
Everyone's
They
publisher
have
on
motivations
Bitstamp.
for their
Yeah.
creatures kind
Yeah.
of thing. They're people.
But yeah, Mordekainen's Lost Notebook, which is filled with
Super dope.
5e rebalanced spells from Advanced Dungeons and Dragons all the way up to 5th edition. So, and there's tons of
They're so
thematic necrotic spells and other cool things to fulfill this, plus magic items.
You're a woodworker. Make a
I'm not a
shelf.
woodworker. All right, I can cut and do. That's not really.
Did you just say you're not a woodworker?
No, I'm not. Look, we got lucky here. Let's just admit that this is like an okay table.
Yeah, but we're doing it again.
Yeah, thanks, Dad McDonald.
Thanks, Dad McDown.
We're doing it again, and you're the leader.
Listen,
Whoa!
I am.
Your
working-
life is a lie.
You are in charge of our set design.
You are literally the lead architect for our
that
table.
is you.
Listen,
Like Milf's Slumber Arrow, that's a good one.
Oh, that's a
It's
great
actually-
arrow.
It's a way better version of the sleep spell, you know, like all together. It targets one person individually and does put them to sleep. It's good.
Malachi, the name of the book was Mordecai's Lost Home.
Lost Notebook.
Mordecai's Lost Notebook.
Hashtag not a
Notebook,
sponsor.
kind of the same
Yeah,
thing.
hashtag not a sponsor. You can only find it on DM's Guild because of reasons.
it's very good though.
Yeah, it's very good though. It's
Can
filled
you
with
buy
all
the
sorts of
physical
awesome-
version
I love
from DM's
GM's
Guild?
Guild.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever just troll around GM's Guild, see what's out there?
That's cool stuff.
Yeah.
I do.
I bought probably 2 or 3 books off of GM's Guild. One of them I sent to my buddy who's working on a special campaign.
Some really good stuff in there.
There is. I've actually.
How long's the giveaway been open now?
20 minutes.
Yeah.
That's
20
good.
minutes? Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright,
it should be
so last opportunity for you to enter with exclamation point ticket for your chance at winning Ghost of Saltmarsh, some custom die jars and die sets to be sent direct to you via mail. It's going to be great. We're going to be closing that, in like, I don't know, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's close it. It's time to do the giveaway.
Oh my God! And the winner
So let's
is
see who the winner is.
who the winner is. And the winner is Obscurial.
Okay, hey, congratulations, Obscurial. Congrats.
Congratulations.
And you get 25% off.
And 25. Don't forget your 25%
Can't
off
forget
coupon for Fudge, and we'll be sending all those details right to you. Make sure the code's active, by the way, Jammer, so that he can use that.
Nice.
Obscurial's a long-time watcher, actually, and lurker / being in the channel, and it's great to see you back in there chatting and hanging out. So congratulations, and enjoy your new dice and the die jars. They're really cool. When you see them in person, you're like, oh my God, this is so fucking awesome.
I mean, I feel like there's a requirement here, though. We want photos of like how happy you are with this stuff.
Yeah, and make sure that, please post photos of all your winnings or giveaway
Discord
winnings
if
in
you
our
can.
Discord if you can, and just, to show off
It lets
that you
people
received
know
it.
that we're actually following through
Yeah.
on stuff, and it's not all some elaborate
Ruse.
ploy.
Yeah.
It's all a lie.
Wait, I'm not supposed to be laundering money through this?
Oh, dude.
Again?
Oh, right.
God damn it,
I mean,
Mark.
That was a joke.
Every time.
Who's doing that? Crazy.
But yeah, thank you all so much for being here tonight. Once again, we'll end the night by saying that next Friday we will not be here. The whole cast is taking the July 4th weekend off. People have various family commitments and places they want to be. So we're going to be taking that break, and then it's right back into D&D the following weekend after that. And more or less the conclusion of this 30-something episode story arc once again at this point. It's going to be good times, big battle. I got big plans. It's going to be
I've never
fun
realized
times.
that as of right now, I think I've never hated people's families more until this moment. Because people's families are preventing me from having a Friday night of awesomeness. Instead, I gotta sit here with this son of a bitch on a holiday and awkwardly sit there and just like, what are you doing? Nothing. What am I doing? Nothing.
I'm going to be busy fucking doing stuff.
Yeah, actually, that's a
What
lie.
you're gonna be doing.
I'll be sitting here watching him behind his little wall of not see what he's doing. I'll be like, what are you doing? He's like, off. I'm like, but what are you doing? You're gonna die. Oh, all right.
I have a cardboard wall that goes up so I can craft behind it.
He does.
It says no girls allowed.
I had to take that down. But once again, thank you all so much for being here tonight and spending time with us. We really appreciate it. You're an amazing community. Let's drop that Discord link one more time. If you're not already a part of our Discord, we highly recommend you joining and getting involved in all the funness that is our little corner community in this little space in the internet. We love every one of you so much, and we really appreciate all the support that comes from all of you, from subs to bits to donations. And I will say here, I know I didn't see Segan here tonight, but if you want a time frame on when it's good to spend your action points, the next episode.
Yeah. Hey.
The next episode. If you have them all stacked up, the next episode.
Hey, at least I got my answer to take the next Saturday off. Not this Saturday, but Saturday after that.
Saturday after that.
The
following Saturday.
I'll do some light groveling at work.
Saturday after next.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep this inspiration saved for next time, as I think we're gonna.
I'm just guaranteeing that there's definitely gonna be.
Well, I've already seen one
yeah,
person in
so-
chat that says, I'm going to take the blame now for Soyasa being gone next week.
Yeah, I know there's at least 3 to 4
Oh, is
people.
that you? Is that your fault? How dare you?
No!
Yeah!
There's like
I thought you were just a fan.
no, there's like 3 or 4 people in chat that have been saving up just to nuke me, and yeah,
I'm pumped.
yeah, I'm terrified and excited. about
Just there is
possibilities.
one thing. As you're dying, we from action points, we need you to look in the camera, smile, and say, "I love the store." It's a legit
I can do
requirement.
it. I can do it.
It's in the contracts.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
Matt loves it because he's experienced.
Look, I had a great night playing tonight, and I'm glad that you all enjoyed having a good night. I hope the audience enjoyed what I was putting forth in this build-up and all the time that we've spent to get into this point. So, but we're gonna call it a night here. People got places to be, rest to get. I'm hungry. I need to finish my dinner. And but we hope that your week. Enjoy the holiday. We don't see you. We don't hear from you. Enjoy your 4th of July holiday. Go out, celebrate, barbecue, spend time with friends
Keep
and
us
family.
abreast of the fun on the
Keep us
Discord.
abreast. Feel free to post pictures of your
hit us up on
barbecue
Discord.
times and good times in the Discord. Hang out with us. Let us know what's going on.
We should
and,
totally just make a 4th of July little section in Discord. Just have it up.
we could
Have it
do
up
that.
there for all the celebrations and family fun times.
We could do
And
that.
then we'll totally just erase it beforehand. Well, no, it'll change. It'll change.
We'll
it'll
probably
change,
change it.
Change the holiday time.
Yes,
But,
I cat.
We hope that your week and your 4th of July weekend is as legendary as our week was. And until the next Friday. Goodbye, everybody.
Right.